Burp Suite over here. So today we're gonna start how to manage Burp Suite and what is the use of Burp Suite in our web application part. So let me tell you one thing: when you are using Burp Suite, most of the website pen testing part we use Burp Suite for the manual pen testing for the web application or website. So we're gonna start with the Burp Suite configuration files today, and we can see that I already opened this one. So you can see, you will see three tabs over here when you open this one. So welcome to Burp Suite Professional. Use the below to create an open project. So we have three tabs over here. The first one is your temporary project. The second one is a new project on this, and the open existing project. So if you are new in the Burp Suite, all you have to do is to use the temporary project. The temporary one, it means it's normal one. So, or if you want to use new project on this, you can save your files over here. Or you can choose the files from the server side. For right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a temporary project side. So if you do the next part, you will see, select the configuration that would like to load the project. So we're going to use the Burp Suite default part and start. So if you see over here on the screen, we can see that Burp Suite has this is the interface of your Burp Suite, and the main use, if you talk about the major use of Burp Suite, it's basically a proxy service. So what is a proxy service? The Burp Suite will basically, it will be a mediator, or you can say MITM books, you can say that one, and this will intercept the request, or you can say the proxy server. So the major object of the Burp Suite is basically to mediate or translate the communication between the two clients, the browser and the application. And in the browser, we can see the Burp Suite will capture all the traffics on the server side. So over here, this period of time is known as proxy services. If I talk about the book which I given you last time, see over here, I guess I have given this book to you guys.
Yes.
So this book is the important part of your learning of Burp Suite. For example, see over here. So you will see lots of things will be given one by one over here for practicing purpose. So let's do 100 size. So this is basically setup of your environment. So you can use this environment over here. And if you have a Java file, so you can use java-jar Burp Suite, the application that you want to use. So over here, if you are using this one on the Windows server, you can also use the same command, which is given over here. And over here, you can see that they have mentioned the temporary project, the new project on disk, and the open existing project. So they have given you step-by-step all the things in your Burp Suite. So he also used the Burp Suite default credentials. So how does it work? So majorly this is the important part. Using either the plain jar file or the Windows executables, you can launch the Burp Suite to start the proxy listener to capture the HTTP traffic. This is the important part. We're going to activate the proxy listener to capture the HTTP request. Why? Because we have two clients, or you can say a client and a server. A client, which is our pen tester, and a server, which is an application. So the most important part over here, Burp Suite offers temporary and permanent project files to save the activities performed on the server. This is the normal thing. But the most important part is how does it works, the important thing. For example, if you see over here on the screen, Burp Suite described as an intercepting proxy. What is an intercepting proxy? Intercepting proxy is where we can simply hold the packet and read the content of that. And you can see this means Burp Suite sits between the user and web browser and the application, and captures all the traffic following between them. This type of behavior is commonly referred as proxy services. So what is the major objective of pen tester? How the pen tester works with this? So pen tester use intercepting proxies for capturing traffic flowing between a web browser and a web application for the purpose of analyze and manipulation. You can see over here, the most important thing, they're going to capture the HTTP request. They can pause the HTTP request over there. And the most important part, they said that they basically use to analyze and manipulation. So you can also see over here, intercepting proxies such as Verb allows tester to intercept both HTTP request and HTTP response. So the request is from the client side and the response from the server side, which allow a tester to observe the behavior of the web application under the different conditions. So this book, the Burp Suite Handbook book, is very important book for the starting of your Burp Suite. So the best important part when you're using Burp Suite, you can use to configure your Firefox browser network settings. And why that is important? Because to intercept or make a proper request. This enables Burbs to capture all the HTTP traffic that falling between a browser and the target web application. यानी कि client और server के बीच में जो भी talk हो रही है वो check करना. So over here to point the running of intense verb. That is an important thing. But over here, the most important part, if you see in the chapter 1, they are giving all the things that you want to learn. So if you see in this one, this is it will show you all the things around here. You have to make a proper configuration with your local host server with the port assigned over there. So over here, the interception is also there. But before, if you are using Burp Suite, you have to proper make a request, a proper setup. For example, see over here, we have the interface of the Burp Suite. We have some dashboard, target, proxy, intruder, repeater, sequencer, decoder, comparator, extender, project options, user options. There are many things. For example, first of all, you need to set up your proxy with the browser with your localhost IP address. So let's check my localhost IP address. So I have configured. So in this one, you can see two IP addresses, which is your ETO and your LO, which is your local host. So either we can use this IP address, and either we can use this one. Because the client request will be created from the specific IP address. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use Firefox because the client request will be generated over here. So the main objective, if you see over here, that I have some, you can visit the Port Swagger, which is a website of your Burp Suite. You can simply learn lots of things over here. And what we're going to do, we're going to try to manipulate the browser. So in the dashboard, before the dashboard, let's set up the proxy. This is the important part. So in the proxy, we can see we have interception. So in the default, this is on. So we have to off this one. This one will not work until we simply configure our browser. So you can see a raw over here means a raw packet. A packet which is coming from the client side and has something different to analyze. So this is basically a HTTP request kind of things. For example, when you simply intercept a request, you will see the interception request over here. The history tab will show you the connection. The WebSocket will show you the URLs, direction, and edited and lengths. So the very first thing, you have to go to the proxies option. Why? Because you have to activate the proxy listener. So Burp proxy listener to receive incoming HTTP requests from the browser. You will need to configure the browser when you will use it for proxy server. So we have some buttons over here. We can edit or we can add to our own binding. We can use for binding our local host. We have to simply put the port number. We have to open a port number in our local server, and you can select the IP address. Either you can use 127.0.0.1, either you can use the IP address of my local machine, which is over here. So request handling, you can simply redirect the client request. This setting control whether burp redirect request received by the listener. Redirect the host, redirect the port, or you can use force use of SSL. Certificate, this is the important part. Why? Because certificate is basically used to capture the HTTPS packets. And if you're not generating a CS certificate, which is the important part in your burp suite, it will not generate anything. The CS certificate is the important part. Why I'm saying this one? Because in the CS certificate, you will observe or you will have all the HTTPS packets to be intercepted. So the most important part over here, we're gonna start with the different things. So we're gonna use each installation of burp to generate its own CS certificate that proxy listener can use for SSL connection, negotiating SSL connection. So we can simply intercept the packets. So over here, you can see regenerate CS certificate. You can click on that. Are you sure you want to generate a burp suite CS certificate? And I say yes, we want to. So the request will be generated by your local host. You can see there's a lots of other tabs: match and response, SSL pass-through, miscellaneous. For miscellaneous, you can check which HTTP protocol you want to use. The HTTP/1.0 is your version of your HTTP's request types. SSL pass-through, match and response. You can use this one for any of the matches. For example, these are some headers given over here: refer, accepting encryptions, response modification, intercepting server response. So the most important part, the CS certificate will be generated in your localhost IP address, which is assigned by 127.0.0.1 port 8080. So if you simply write lhost 0001 port 8080, you will see a burp suite professional IP. So over here, you can see a CS certificate, which is csr.dar. So I already have the CS certificate, but we install the CS certificate over here. Is it okay, Dhruv sir? Is it okay now, Dhruv sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I can see over here that I have simply downloaded a CS certificate. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply install that CS certificate in our local browser, which means our Firefox, because this is the first step you have to do. So in this thing, I'm gonna open a new tab and I'm gonna go to the settings, open menu. So over here, you will see something like some tabs or configuration files. So I'm gonna use the preference. So I'm in the preference directory. So we need two things over here, as per the burp suite configuration part, which is given over here. So the first one is saying that you have to go to the network proxy. So we have to go to the next network proxy for intercepting allow. So listen to all HTTP traffic using burp. So you can open the Firefox browser, go to the options, in the general, scroll down, write network proxy, and in the connection settings, select menu proxy configuration and type in the IP address, which is your local host, and the port 8080. So if you go over here, you can see this one. manual proxy configuration, and the port number and IP address will be the local host IP. So over here, we can write network proxy. We can see the network proxy over here. So just go to the settings, and we can see that use system proxy settings. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the manual proxy, and I already have written the IP address of my local host, which is 127.0.0.1 port 88. Why? Because the browser local host IP address should be the same just like your browser side. So use this proxy for all service protocols. And okay. The next thing, you can see that they have given all the things. You have to use the setting proxy, and if you don't happen to see any traffic, check whether the proxy in the setting is holding up the request or not. So over here, you can try many other things. For example, intercepting the packet will be the important part. So let's try this one. Is it working or not? So let's try on. So it's saying your connection is not secure. We have some error. We have some CA certificate error. See, and why is happening? Because we are visiting the HTTPS. So if I simply remove this, will it work? No. For that case, what you have to do, you have to install the CA certificate on the browser. So we're gonna write certificate over here. In the certificate, you will see something like this: when a server requests, you propose a certificate. So we're gonna do view certificate, and authorities, we're gonna import the CA certificate. And we can see over here the csr.dr certificate. So right click. So identify the website, identify the email users. Or you can simply examine the CA certificate if you want. So this was for port swagger. As we know, port swagger CA certificate, and we can see the fingerprint, the expiry date, and all, and the details over here. So each and every CA certificate has their own identification number. So okay, and let's try this one now. Will it work?
Yep.
So I'm gonna open again, and we can see that we have a request over here, and this one is working properly because the client request is basically intercepted by the burp suite, and we can see the interception over here. The most important part is this is a proper request which is generated by the client browser. And you can see there are some headers, which is a get header, a host header, a user agent header. These are the headers basically. In the raw, you will see the pack in the raw data, the parameters, which are the parameters they are using. And you can see most of them are using the cookie parameter. A cookie parameter. See. A cookie type has different parameter, which is ip.jar, NID, and this is the value. And this value is from the browser client side. If you check for the headers, you will see in the header tab, you will see some headers with the values, which is a client request. And the browser and the client basically understand the binary codes, the hexadecimal value. So if you see over here, these are the binary, these are the hexadecimal codes, and each and every words over here is changed. So you can see the request over here. So if we talk about before that one, we can forward the request. We can see the request is from https google.com with the port number 4443. We can forward the packet or we can drop the packet. If we forward the packet, it will just go further, or we can simply drop the packet. It will stop the request going to the exact website. And you can simply check an action. In action, you will see some scan, some intruder, repeater, sequencer, comparator, decoder. We can see all the things one by one. And what you can do, you can simply change the method. The method which I'm talking about, this is a get method. The data which is transferring from the URL section. For example, whatever the things you will write over here, it will transfer with the URL section, which is called get method. And post method is totally different. The post method is just like a search engine or a comment field or any of the things. So, either you can change the request method. Look, if you write this one, it will change to post method, or it will change the get method. See, when you're simply changing the request, you will see some content types also. The content type means the application type and the content length of the data. So if I forward this one, I can say it's showing me 405 error. Why? Because the data we are generating from, that was from get method, and it basically changed in the post method. So post and get are the important part over here. But the important thing in your entire verb suite, you have to learn about all these things. So we're gonna start with the basics command first. So we have intercepted, we have properly defined or simply set up our your verb suite. Now let's come to the functionality. So if you see over here, they are also giving you all the things one by one in the book. So we have getting to know about the verb suite for tools, which is chapter 2. And in this, you're gonna learn about the sitemap, the repeater, the decoder, and the intruder part. So let us talk about the sitemap. The sitemap is an important part in your web application. Sitemap has all the contents, or you can say a type of footprint, or you can say a blueprint of the website. A blueprint, just like all the things which is given over there. If you see over here, we have traffic flowing between your browser and the verbs. Yeah, that's the important thing, because we intercepted the packet request. And sitemap is the important part. A sitemap, if you see over here, there are two subtabs available: sitemap and scope. These are the two important things. Why? Because these are the important. Why? Because these will contain all the amount of information over on the web server. The amount of information over here. It will contain all the blueprints. For example, the very first tool that you're gonna see is called Spider. This is the important part. Spidering with the spider. And spidering with the spider means mapping or crawling process. Spider is another terms of mapping out or crawling a web application. A crawling process is basically used for mapping exercises necessary, uncover links, folders, and files present in the target web application. So very first thing that you have to do is use the spider to identify the number of uncovered links, folders, and all the things one by one. So our main objective will be simply use the spider to identify the number of directories. So we're gonna use spider, and this is the new version of your verb suite. And we're gonna see over here, there is no spider. So we're gonna use if you see the button called new scan and new live scan, these are the new spiders. If you click on this, you will see crawl and audit and crawl. Crawl and audit is basically used for identifying the number of directories, uncover links, and audit means it will find the vulnerabilities also, just like your Nessus or other automation. tools, or either you can use the crawl process. So let's take a testing website. So I'm going to take test php dot one web. So this is my testing website. So we're going to take this one, and we're going to take the domain name. So we're going to copy the URL, and on the URL section, we're going to use the only crawl function, and we're going to put the URL. So you can see this is a HTTP website, or you can see scan function, application login, resources pool. So we're going to use OK, and over here you will see some requested will be generated. So the most important part is your client request, because it's an active method approach. So if you're crawling someone's website, it will make some logs in the backend of the victim side or the application or the web server. For example, the request you can see is 110. So if you want to check the URLs, you can visit the target tab. And in the target tab, you can see sitemap, scope, issue definition. And you guys will see some contents, some issues, and the request and the response. So you can see very other websites. So I'm going to select my one, which is your testphp.wellhub.com. This is our website, and over here we can see contents, and we can see some issues. Plus, in the bottom side, we can see the adversary, which is your content type, and we can see the client request and the response from the server side. So before that, we can see the HTTP version is 1.1.1, and it's showing us 200. So let me tell you one thing. What is the 200 means over here? These are HTTP codes, and we're gonna use this book, the Web Application Hacker Handbook. So in this, we're gonna use the chapter called the Web Application and Technology, the third chapter, and we're gonna talk about the HTTP protocols. So if you open this one, you will first see the request, the HTTP request. So if you see over here, HTTP uses a message-based model in which the client sends a request message and the server returns a response message. Yes, this is the important part. The protocol is essentially connectionless. All through the HTTP uses a stateful TCP protocol and its transport mechanism, and exchange a request to the response in the automation transaction. So for example, when you're making a request from your browser, this is a thing. This is a proper request. All the HTTP messages, request and response, consist of one more headers, each on one separate lines followed by the mandatory blank line. And if you see over here, you will see a get, a accept, a refer, a user agent. These are the headers which I was talking about. And each and every header has a different thing. For example, get method, the data which is transferring from the URL section. The refer is the URL which is visiting over here. The accepting language is your English, it could be anything. User agent, your browser, the data which is transferring from the browser side. Host is your website, the domain name. Connection, is it making a proper connection or not? Cookie is all about the sessions. First of all, you need to understand how the request response works. And the most important thing is your HTTP version. It could be your 1.0, it could be 1.1. and by default it will use the 1.1 version. For example, if you see over here, they have given you some headers. There are some points of interest in the sample request. For example, the refer header is used to indicate the URL from which the request originated. The user agent header is used to provide information about the browser and the client software that generated by the request. The host header specifies the host name and that appeared in the full URL being accessed. And the cookie header is used to submit the additional parameter that the server had issued with the client. So these are the important headers we're gonna. For example, when you simply create a request, the server side will be give you a response also. And that time, they're gonna use some a request called HTTP 1.1 protocol, and you'll see some 200. Okay, you can see they are using the same HTTP version. The 200 over here indicates that the packet has been received and the client has the request has been successful. The date, the server, the most important thing, you can see the server. The server which leads their internal, is it a Linux or a Linux server? You can see Microsoft IIS 6.0. IIS is basically your application for hosting your website. X powered by means your server is using programming languages. The cookie parameter is basically tracking X, and you can see some parameter like your expires, your content type, the pragma, the content length. The content length is the important part, which is your size of the packet. And you will see some data like in HTML form from the server side. For example, the request method was an important part, but what about the HTTP methods? The HTTP version belongs to. This is the important part. See the server. This is a response header. A textual reason phrase. A server header contains a banner indicating the web server software being used, and sometimes other details such as install modules and the server operating system. The set cookie header is used to browser for further cookie. Is it submitted back in the cookie header or subsequent cookies from the server? The pragma, basically this is will store the response code in their cache files. Almost all the HTTP response contains a body from the blank line and the header. Content length indicates the length of the message body in the bytes. So this was the important part. This book is important, I guess. It will show you all the mechanism, what is the use of URL, each and everything. For example, our most important thing is to learn about the HTTP codes. So in the HTTP codes, if you see over here, we were talking about 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. And why this is important? Because each and every HTTP request or response has a message. For example, you can see response message contains a status code in the first line, indicating the result for the request. For example, when you are generating a client request, when you are generating a google.com or a facebook.com, from your client side, it will generate 100 request HTTP packet. It could be a informational, which is a request from the client side. When the client request has been submitted, when the client request is submitted from the browser side, it will show you 200. And 200 over here indicates that the request was successful. The request was successful. The 300 over here, if you see the 100, the status for 300, the client is redirected to a different resource. It means the data we are looking for in the browser, it's not over there, and the browser and the website has redirected the client request to a different resource. 400, the request contains an error of some kind. It could be 404. The 500 over here, the server encountered an error fulfilling the request. It could be server-side maintenance or it could be anything. For example, you can see
100 means continue sent by some seconds. 200 indicates that the request was successful. 201 is also there, created in return of response to output request. Output request means we can add additional datas. 301 moved permanently, 302 found, 304 not modified, 400 which is your bad request, 401 which is unauthorized, 403 which is your forbidden, 404 not found, 405 method not allowed. You have to understand the core mechanism of the website before that. 413 request entity too large, 404 request URI too long, 500 internal server error, 503 service unavailable. So there are lots of other things that we can learn. So over here, you will see something like this one. These are the important parts. So the main objective was to understand the core mechanism. We can see the 200 request over here. And if you simply crawl this one, the request has been completed, and you can see the website, I guess, is also done. So you can see that the host over here will show you the website name, and the method was a post method or a get method. You can see the URL, the parameters. The parameters are the important thing, and these are the files and the status code, which is 100, 200, and the length of the packet also. And you can see the file format or title, or you can see the comments. So if you simply click any of the request, you will see the response is also changing. If I click in this one, the content type is the response from the server side, and we can see the request. And when I'm simply clicking the post method, it's showing me the request context length is 28. Search for go button and test. These are the parameter values. So spider is the important part to identify the number of directories on the server side, or either you can use the scope method. If you right click over here, if you want to use scope is basically used to use a specific website. If you are using scope over here, it will simply scan the specific website and it will show you the main results. So you can simply do this one. You can add the scope, and scope will use only the specific browser to explore. So defining scope target for your current work, this configuration affects the behavior of the tools. So this is important. This is not an important part. So if you already see this one, the scope will let you know about the current amount of information on the browser side. Issue identifiers, you can use some other tools over here to simply scan
You can see lots of things about the additional data. OS command injection, you will see the descriptions plus the CV numbers, SQL injection. It will show you the list of content definitions and remediations also. But the most important part is your spidering to identify the number of parameter values. But over here in this book, there's one more tab. You're going to learn about the spider. We're going to learn about the repeater also. Repeating with the repeater. This is the important part. And why this is important? Because through the repeater, we can simply allow to change the request content body type. If you see over here, repeater allows for slight changes of tweak to the request. It is displayed in the left hand side windows. Go to the button and the following issue. And repeat. If I say the layman language, repeater is basically used to reissue, or you can simply talk about to change the request according to the server side. So, for example, if we talk about the repeater side, which is given over here, we can simply right click on a specific parameter value. So I'm going to use this first one. So right click, and you can see send to intruder, send to repeater. So we're going to use the repeater first. So when I simply use the repeater, the client request will be sent to the repeated tab. And in the repeated tab is basically used to simply manipulate or simply change the client request according to the server. For example, I can see this is a request and this is the response on the target website, which is your test.php.com. So we know about the raw, params, headers, hexadecimal values. Let's see the raw packets. So we have a post method. We have some parameters like test, search for, go button. And you can see the parameters over here also. And you can simply check the behavior between the client and the server. So if you simply do execute. So the data which we are looking from on the server side, it will show you the data over here. So for example, you can see the server is Ignice, X powered by PHP version, the content length, the type of body, and you can see the source code of that. Search for the ID number of this. This is the ID number, and ID is the parameter value. You can see all the things one by one over here. So the most important part, how we can change. We can simply change this one. If I simply change the method to get method, I can see the method has been changed to get method also. So if you want to check the URL data, you will see something output, and we can see that output has been changed. Why? When we are using a post method, it means the data which is delivering from the client side in a field or a comment field. So if you want to see the response code from the server side, you can simply click over here and you can use show response in browser tab. You can copy the URL and you can simply paste it over here to check the response code. And you can see that the parameter values are basically delivering from the URL section. But if you use this one, you can see lots of things. For example, let's try Craw on the search parameter. Search for Craw. There's no output over there. But how attackers use this one? So I'm gonna change the request according to my, and what I'm gonna do, let's see which parameter value reflects over here. So I'm gonna use the word called hello. Hello 2 and hello 2. So we're gonna check if any of the words in the parameter value reflects from the server side it would be a plus point for us. So let's see, let's execute this one, and we can see the client request has been submitted, means the client request has been executed on server side. For example, I simply delivered a values call. So we're gonna check for the word of hello, which parameter is affecting on. So if I see over here, hello2 was reflected and in the search parameter. All you guys can mute your mics, please. So over here, I'm gonna display a simple script of Java. So I'm gonna use script tag. Over here, I'm gonna use the same one, and we're gonna use alert function. So in alert function, I'm gonna write anything which I want. So I'm gonna use the double quotes. Why? Because we're gonna simply do a proper domain test. So I'm gonna write document dot domain to execute it. So let's see is it executing or not. So show response in browser, copy the URL, and let's paste it here. And you can see that it's running document.domain. But let me try one more thing. So I'm gonna use a single quote over here. Let's execute this one. Show response in browser. Just executing the same thing. So over here, with the help of repeater, we can do lots of things. If you simply do, if you learn about repeater, you can modify the request according to your own need. It will show you how to use, and they're basically using HTTP history. If you see over here on a browser, you can either go this one. It will show you all the websites. See, this was a Google, and this is a test PHP. You can see the lengths of the packets over here also, and they are using the search parameter. You can check one by one all the things. You can use it for send to repeater or any of the things, because the history HTTP history will detect all the protocols away, all the datas, web sockets. So that's why you can see this books is an important part. You can see the request parts, you can see all the things, and we can see decoders with decoding with the decoders. This is also one of the tab in your Burp suite. So if you see over here, Burp suite decoder is a tool that allows the tester to convert the raw data into encoded data, or to take encoded data that convert into the plain text. Decoder supports several formats, including URL encoding, HTML encoding, base64 encoding, and binary code, hash data, and others. For example, let me show you one thing. The data which are transferring from this in a plain text, I can change this data into a URL also. So let's copy this one. And if I want to, why I'm changing this data, why I'm encoding this data, because if I encode this data, the server will not read the packet. It will simply put a layer. So it will be executed in the back end of the server. So you can see over here the decoder. So you can put the data over here and you can decode this one, but we're gonna use the encoding part. On the URL section or the HTML, base64, ASCII XML, octa binary, let's use base64. So So basic C4 standard is basically used by the server side to encode their data. So let's copy this one, and I'm going to use on the repeater. Okay, sorry, I'm going to change this one. Uh, and I'm going to put the value of it. So let's execute, and we can see that the data is been executed upon the server side, which is showing 200 requests. So we can use show response in browser, copy the URL, and we can save it here. But this time the code didn't execute. It's showing the data over here on the display part. For that case, you can either use some different techniques. Either you can use for HTML tag also. You can use this one. The HTML words can be work over here. So I'm going to copy this one and change the value. Let's put it over here and execute. So over here we can see the code has been executed properly, and let's see if it has any response or not. No, still there is no response. So majorly we can see we can simply change the value data according to our own need, and we can try to manipulate something else. On this case, decoder can be used in many ways to decode or encode the traffic. For example, there are many things you can do with the decoder or any other tools over here. For example, let's talk about the tool called Intruder. Intruder is one of the best function. This is the third important part of your burp suite. Why? Because burp intruder is basically used for your fuzzing part. For example, you can see over here, burp intruder allows a tester to brute force or fuzz specific portion of HTTP messages and customize the payloads. So in the intruder part, we can use it for multiple requests to be generated from the client side. For example, if I have a 2 parameter values, let me show you one thing. Let's talk about this sign up page, a username and a password. So we have 2 parameter values, which is a username parameter and the password parameter. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to intercept the packet first. So let's put a value called 1 and 2 over here and intercept on. So when I simply log in this one, the packet has been stopped. Why? Because the packet is over here, which is captured by the burp suite. And we can see this was a post request. Userinfo.php, the host, the content type, and the length of the packet. So we are not going to forward this one. We're going to send this one to the intruder part. And we're going to drop the packet. So you can see that packet has been stopped. So what we're going to do, we're going to we already sent the client request to the intruder, and we can see in the intruder part, we can see the host name and the port number. That was an 80 port. And you can use the HTTP port if you want to for secure connections. So in the option tags, in the option tag, you can see the request, the proper request of the server. So over here, we have 2 parameter values, a username parameter and the password parameter. We're going to use some words like 2 payloads options. Yes, we already have the 2 payloads. So over here, through the help of intruder, we're going to attack multiple requests on a specific parameter value. For example, we're going to choose the attack type. This is the important thing. Why? Because when you have some multiple payloads over here, first remember one thing, if you have some multiple parameter values over here, you have to clear the tags first of all. Why? Because if you don't clear the tags, it will use all the parameter values to perform a request attack. So you can see the payload has been 0. Why? Because we have to select the specific payload parameter value to be attacked. So I'm going to use this one and add a tag because we're going to use the username payload to be attacked. And we're going to use the password attack also. But what is the major agenda of using burp suite intruder? The major agenda of using burp suite intruder is to perform a brute force attack. Brute force attack. So if I talk about brute force attack, this is the most common nowadays to cracking some login pages. Is, for example, if you see over here in the cryptography, a brute force attack consists of an attack submitting of many password and phrases with hope of the eventually guessing correctly. So it means I have some bunch of words in a dictionary which contains a username and passwords. A simply word list, we can see that one. A simple word list can be used for performing brute force attack on the server side applications. For example, what is the use of what is a brute force attack with example? This is one of the most common forms of brute force attack that uses a list of words and in a dictionary or to crack passwords. Or other types of attack may use a list of commonly used passwords. If your password is password, for example, a brute force would be able to crack your password within seconds. You can see how does it brute force works. An attacker decides on either intended target, either encrypted files and been stolen, or login pages. They uses a computer program that's configured to attempt entry and trying username and along with the millions of password combinations. Is it brute force is legal? It's illegal basically. It's a black hat type attempt. Attack hacker to obtain a password or a PIN. It uses several repetitive trials and error attempt to guess the password to be baked into a website or a services. So there are many things that we can perform over here with the help of burp suite. But we're going to use the intruder part. That's why over here I have a dictionary, a small dictionary which I created. You can see burp.txt. So over here I'm going to put another one which is called test. I'm going to put a word called test over here. So you can see I have some words like Partho, Craw, security admin, Pankaj, security test, Brian. There's a lot of words over here. But the username and password should be there on that specific dictionary. You can create your own dictionary with the help of Crunch, Quill, or you can download some dictionaries from the Google Drive. So we're going to use the burp.txt dictionary. So over here, we can see the attack type. In the attack type, we can see that we have a snipe. If you click over here, we have some snipers, battering ram, pitchfork, cluster bomb. And what are these things? These are the attack types. These attack, each and every specific attack has a different kinds of testing concept in the backend. For example, if you talk about the sniper, let's see on the browser side. So we're going to go to the website called Portswagger. Burp intruder has 4 attack types, which are sniper, battering ram, pitchfork, and cluster bomb. Is a set of sniper by default according to the burp documentation. So we're going to use the Portswagger. So in the Portswagger, you can see payload options, request attempts, payload maker, add tags. If you are in the text, it's selected. Clear tags, remove all the portion markers. Auto, this makes guesses when it might be useful. Refresh, clear. This is the important part. But the most important part is attacks to understand. So if we talk about sniper is basically used in a single parameter tag. This uses a single set of payloads. Its target each payload portion is in turn and places each payload in the position of to be in turn. So sniper is basically used in a single parameter value to attack, and we are not going to use sniper. We have multiple parameters. So over here we can see the next one is battering ram. The battering ram is also use a single set of payloads, but in this one it will simply attack with any of the other payloads. It's not going to make a proper. It not will check the username parameter with the password parameter. It will simply perform a brute force attack. So I'm talking about the permutation and combination. Permutation and combination is the important part because it will check the first parameter with the second parameter also. So it will define the username with the password. Pitchfork uses multiple payload sets. But in this scenario, you have to use two different dictionaries in the Pitchfork scenario in the specific parameter values. For example, in the username and the password, you have to use a different payload set. But it will not make a permutation and combination, which will not check the server sides. All you can use is cluster bomb. Cluster bomb is the important part because it will use permutation and combination so that all the permutation and of the payload combinations are tested. If there are two payload portions, the attack will be to take first payload with the second payload set in the options. It iterates through all the payloads in payload set 1 and portion 1. So we're going to use this one, cluster bomb attack. So if you see over here, we're going to select the cluster bomb, and we are not going to start this one first. We're going to go to the payload. We need to set the dictionaries on this parameter values. So we're going to go to payloads, payload 1 and payload 2. So over here, you can see payload options, payload processing, payload encoding. Means if when we are simply putting a word, it will change some in the URL, encode URLs. So this is the important thing. But before that, you can see the payload 1 and payload 2 are basically your payload 1 and payload 2 over here. You can simply use payload types. You can use runtime. You can use cluster iterate, characters, numericals, null byte. There's a lots of things. You can select different types of things. You're gonna select all the different things. You can change the substitution words. Illegal encoding. So we're gonna use a simple payload. We're gonna put a simple dictionary. This payload type let us configure a simple list of strings and use by a payload. So load payload, and I'm gonna use the burp.txt file. You can see those are the words over here. Let's select the payload 2 and load the same dictionary. Same thing over here again. So we have selected 11 words, and 11 into 11, 121 words are there in the payload section. So either you can use for processing, you can define your own rules over here. So we are not going to define any rules. We're gonna go to the options, and in the options tag, we can simply select the request, or you can say the fast execution part. Fast execution for faster processor. Number of threads according to your server, number of threads retries failure, pause every milliseconds, or you can see start timing with the 10 minutes over there. And you can simply use a grep match. A grep match could be anything. It could be a directory, it could be access, it could be stack, it could be a file, anything. If you use this one, it will be good for you. So the payload type. In the payload type, you can see you can search for response for payload strings, cache sensitive messages, executed payloads, and you can write never redirection the client request. No, we're gonna don't redirect the client request. We're gonna simply start the attack. So when you start the attack, you'll see some words over there like this. So the scan has been done. So save the attack, result tab, server, columns. You can see over here, they use these all columns. So what we can do, you can repeat that one, or you can simply do lots of things. So we can say, let's see the content type. So we can see 302, which is your client request has been redirected to a different source. So let's see over here. I don't use mostly this kind of things because it will show you the directory files on server side. So we can see all the words has been showing 302. Let's select which was affected. So over here, you can simply check the length, the packet, showing one thing. So brute force attack is a kind of major attack to simply guess the passwords on the server side. But over here, we can't see that there's any password over there. So there are many other things we can use it for performing attack. If you have a dictionary, proper dictionary, you can perform in a login form any of the request. Okay, we have a request over here. See, all the length of the packet, we are 200 requests. It's saying a client request has been successful. So if you see over here, the request and the response is saying 200. And if you try this one, it will show you 302. Not you must log in. See. So if you want to check the response code, you can try show response in browser, copy to this one, and you can visit them. We are login. So this was a type of attack on your server side. And most of the scenarios, Burp Suite is the first priority of the web application pen testers. That's why we have repeater, we have sequencer. Sequencer is just like here intruder to attack on a multiple parameter value with some tokens. Comparer over here, comparer are basically used to compare the two requests. If this function let you to avoid a byte level comparison between the different data which you have from the client request we are talking about. Extender over here, you can see extender are basically some multiple application that you can use some for VA part, the vulnerability assessment part. You can see lots of other techniques over there. You can use those tools. .NET Beautifier, you can see the description, what is the use of that one, and you can install this one. And there are lots of other different techniques, user information platform for authentication. If we are using user in options, this one is basically used to authenticate with that application for testing purpose, for logged in most of the times. So this was a proper work of your Burp Suite. And when you are done with your Burp Suite, please remember one thing: go to your network and you have to go to a network proxy and you have to use the system network proxy setting. Otherwise, the network will not work and it will show you some errors. So that was all over here, and I will recommend you to start reading this book and this one also. These two books are the important books. The Web Application Hacker Handbook to understand the core mechanism, and the Burp Suite Cookbook is to understand how the Burp Suite works in the real life scenarios. So thank you so much, guys. This was all. Over here, we're gonna open two books. One is Web Application Hacker Handbook. So over here, we're gonna try to look for the vulnerabilities. You can see over here, attacking data storage, access control, session management, authentication part, and there are many more. See. So this book is one of the best book for if we talk about the chapter 12, which is attacking user cross-site scripting. This is all based on XSS. So over here, you can see on the book, the Web Application Hacker Handbook, plus I'm going to open a new book, which is Web Hacking Hacker 101. So in this book, we're gonna check for cross-site scripting. And in this scenario, I can look in the chapters. Let's do it. Yeah. So we can see the cross-site scripting, which is a JavaScript vulnerability on the web browser. And let me tell you one thing: this is a client-side vulnerability. So over here, they have given mention of description over there. Cross-site scripting, or you can say access, involves a website including uninitiated JavaScript code, which is subsequently passes a user who can execute the code via their browser. Okay, we can see this is a browser over here. And harmless examples of this is alert document.domain semicolon. So over here we can see there's an alert function from the JavaScript code. So how does it work in the real life scenarios? Let's try with any of the website. For example, I'm going to take a website called test PHP right now for the example. So let's try to open the development mode. So let's try F12, and through the F12 I can see we have a console over here, and through the console we can see we can examine the development. So in the console you will have some authorities like alert function. So we're going to use an alert function first of all. Let's try with a domain document.domain now. Document.domain and semicolon. So over here we're going to run a JavaScript payload on their console panel. Let's try to see again alert single quote document.domain single quote bracket and semicolon. Let's try to execute this one. So I can see over here we can execute our JavaScript code on the web browser, but it will reflect on the server side, and it's not persistent, it's non-persistent. So we can see the storage also, but we cannot see that there is a parameter that can be used for execution part. The network. The most important thing when you are doing some when you are simply putting some exporting part, remember to inspect element. Inspect element to check all the things. Through the inspect element, you can see the source code of the interface, which is HTML. If you can see we can see only the front end, but in the back end there will be something else. And there's a good choice of HTML, a good combination of HTML and JavaScript. You can see in HTML there is a Java also there, which is saying script source, the data which is fetching from. So the major objective, let me tell you one thing, that if you're finding the cross-site scripting or XSS vulnerability, it could be found in any of the environment on the console or the inspect element. But to better way to inspect the cross-site scripting, you have to use the burp suite. First of all, you have to use the burp suite because the parameter of the cross-site scripting can be implemented or the attack phase. So in this scenario,
we're going to try to extract the target website. Why? The first thing is to find the parameter value on the server side. So over here on the burp suite, I'm going to use the new scan, and I'm going to use the crawl function. Through the crawl function, we're going to use it for identify the number of parameter values on the server side. So let's try this one. And http testphp.vulnhub.com, we can see the DNS name, and we're going to try. And over here, we can try to extract all the number of requests, or we can try to get all the URLs on the server side. Before that, let's examine more. So we have alert document.domain over here. So this will create the JavaScript function alert and create a simple pop-up with the domain name where the access is executed. Now in the previous version of the book, this is a normal thing. In the previous version of the book, you can use the example of determine if the access vulnerability exists. But when reporting, think before how the vulnerability could impact the site and explain that. By that, I don't mean to complete that accesses, but explain what could archive the directly impact on their site, the impact of their site. This is the important part. Accesses is the major attack and you will find in many parameters in the real life scenarios, but you have to find the exact parameter value where you can place this one. So in this scenario, if you see over here, if you talk about the classes of accesses, there are three classes. For one is the reflected, stored, and self, or we can say DOM-based accesses. So if you see over the reflected accesses, these attacks are not persistent. Persistent means it will not save on the server side. It will only reflect on the client browser. Meanwhile, the access is delivered and executed via single request and response. But in the stored, these accesses are persistent, or you can say saved, and then executed when a page is loaded to unsuspected users. So when the payload is stored on the server side, when we visit on that particular one, we can simply see the pop-up first. Or you can see over here, self accesses. These attacks are not persistent, and they are usually use a part of tricking a person into running the accesses themselves. But the real life scenario is totally different. You need to find the exact parameter one. For example, you can see in this they have given some examples, or you can see they have given some OWASP accesses filter evasion cheat sheet. We are not a good programmer, but we know how to use those things. Access filter evasion cheat sheet. Evasion means we can bypass the query, because balance the query is the important part, which I taught you in the very long time when we are doing SQL injection part. See over here, the basic accesses test without filter evasion. They are simply capital all the script tag. See, accesses locator. You can try this thing. The following is a polygon test accesses. That test will execute multiple contents, including HTML scripts. See, this is the greater part. You can use it. You can use all this one. Image accesses using the JavaScript directive. Sometimes they are not allowing a script tag, so we can use image RC. But the main objective is it will alert the function accesses. No quotes and no semicolons. See over here. Case insensitive accesses vector. See. HTML entities, grave essence obfuscation, malformed tag. There are lots of accesses that we can use, but in this scenario, we should know a basic knowledge of JavaScript. There are many websites. See, it's still scrolling, and it will take 1 minute. Let's try some more website before jumping to the attack phase. Security idiots, which I taught you that time. This website is basically used for learning basic concepts. If you are learning JavaScript, I will say start with the first one. Then you can see there are many more things. In this scenario, we will learn some parts of basic of the JavaScript for XSS, basics, stealing cookies, different contexts of XSS execution, different types of XSS filter and their bypass, different ways to bypass XSS filter by leaking, accessing CSP bypass, what is CSP, browser-based vulnerabilities causing DOM-based miscellaneous stealing, CSRF token and performing CSRF action using XSS, exploiting self-XSS login, Angular template injection, manual versus automatic scanning. So there are many ways we can try it with the manual way, we can try with the automation way. And that's why they have mentioned all the things one by one, where you can learn cross-site scripting. So over here we can see the reflected, or you can say non-persistent XSS. In this type of XSS, the attacker needs to share a link with the victim and then which cause the malicious JavaScript to be executed. Whenever XSS will create on visiting the specific link with the specific XSS payload, it's not stored or not persistent in the same way. The XSS vector could not be in get missed or post request. Or you can see if we talk about the stored or persistent which is made. So over here, it occurs in place where a malicious user input containing access vector is stored or saved. So, causes multiple users to affected. Stored accesses could be in username or comment or section group, name, status, timeline, some uploads, files, names. There could be many more things. Some functionalities input could be shared with other users too, causing multiple users to be affected. DOM accesses, which is the major part attack. And in the DOM accesses, you can see this category of accesses, which could again be both stored and reflected. This happens when accesses could be executed in existing JavaScript on the page itself, while untrusted user inputted source will be discussed. So there are many ways that you can learn cross-site scripting, but before learning the cross-site scripting, you have to go through the execution part or the basic concept. The basic types of contents where access could be occur. It could be your HTML context, your attributes, your URL, or the JavaScript.
सर पार्थ सर
Thank you.
सर मुझे सर ये डॉम समझ में नहीं आया
DOM based accesses है वो आपके बेसिकली आपको खुद के JavaScript में एग्जीक्यूट कर देता है.
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी अच्छे से
जो DOM accesses है यहाँ पे,
यस सर
अगर आप यहाँ पे देखो, आइदर ये स्टोर हो सकता है या रिफ्लेक्टेड हो सकता है.
ओके सर
बट ये बेसिकली क्या होता है कि अपने खुद के एग्जिस्टिंग एनवायरनमेंट पे अटैक करता है.
सर एक वेबसाइट में डॉम एनवायरनमेंट क्या होता है इंस्पेक्ट एलिमेंट ही होता है ना
इंस्पेक्ट एलिमेंट के अंदर ही होता है सर.
ओके सर
जैसे मैं अगर यहाँ पे दिखाऊं, यहाँ पे जो बोल रहा है कि यहाँ पे एक्सेस कितने टाइप्स के हो सकते हैं. देयर कुड बी HTML context, attribute context, URL context और JavaScript. See, there are 4 types of attacks.
ठीक है सर
अगर आप यहाँ पे देखो HTML context में there would be a parameter. HTML context, this simple context of accesses could be occur. See this one. Document HTML close, title दे दिया यहाँ पे, context, head, body. An attacker can simply put a HTML form, or attacker can place some payloads like this one. Script source attackers.com evil.js. See, script alert 1 script, SVG onload alert, body onload alert, iframe onload alert. See, there are many things. that we can use it for information getting part. But in the real life scenario, when you're doing an HTML payload, think about that where you can place in the title. In the title tag, you can place your JavaScript. See this one. In the XAMPP, you can also place the alert function. If you're talking about the attributes contents, it could be double quoted, single quoted, or without any quotation. See. User input, wherever the user input is required, you can simply put there. In this case, when the user input is insert any attributes value of the HTML tag, user print in the context can be used in conjunction with the event handler to execute JavaScript. And there are three ways: double quoted, single quoted, and without quotation. See this one I was talking about. Wherever the input, wherever the client input is required, you can use it for that. For example, see this one. This is a lead time challenge where we can simply see the quotation of the work. Enter your name and see this one. Let's try Parthu. Cannot find Parthu. I can see, but it's reflect the value. So what I can do, I can simply check on the source value. On this, there is a parameter, submit parameter with the search. What we can do, I can do Craw over here. View page. Check for the Craw. Where is Craw? I can see the Craw is on the center. And they are in the attributes. In the div attributes. And this is an HTML form. So what is the main objective of attacker can perform? An attacker simply plays a normal script and alert function. Let's start document.domain. Let's try with this one. See. Nice try, but you use document.url. See. They have given some mention. Let's try with document.url as per the data. Document.url will execute the URL section of the target. Okay. I guess this one we have to use double quotes, I guess.
So without quotes करना है.
Without quotes. Let's try with the without quotes. Good work. See you on the next level. Let's try Craw over here again. Source code. Find the Craw again. And we can see the Craw is in same value again. But the value is encapsulated. You see over here, this is the input tag. So what we can do, we can try to execute again. Let's try this one. Now what happened? There's a small error. You have to close the tag with the input first, because the value has been encoded. Let's try with this one. See, you have to close the value according to the value encapsulated. Balance the query is the important part. The third challenge, let's try with this one. Craw. Source code. And we can see over here, the Craw is single quoted with the double quote bracket. So what I can do, I can simply put again this one, but I have to balance the query with the double quote bracket. Why? Because we have to stop the query and we can execute our payload after that. So that's why they have given the attributes over here. It could be a double quoted, or double quoted would be like this. Single quoted or without quote. It's all up to them. So in this scenario, the most important part that we will try is to manipulate the data. Over here, you can use different types of things. Hidden input. There are two ways to bypass this: access key without one-click event, or you can try the different things. Access key on click, when you simply put on that specific button or execute that one. But in the real life scenario, you should know what is the backend process to how the query has been balanced. The query could be balanced in a single code or a double code. It depends. That's why most of the attacker, they put something else there. Let's try Craw again. In the real life scenario, we doesn't know which payload will be executed because of the poor code execution. Let's try Craw again. So over here, you can see we're gonna check the view source again, and this time I can see that the Craw has been shifted to script payload. See, it's using a double quote, the semicolon with the script tag. So in this scenario, you should know which payload should be run in which time, because the most important part is to examine the source code where we can execute the payload. That's why in the real life scenarios, if we find some parameter values, single reflected or stored or DOM basis depend on the server side. If we talk about how we do in the real life scenarios, we basically use our burp suite for that. Let's see the target, and we can see our website. The major impact, we can see that over here there are some parameter values. As we can see, there are lots of parameter values. But over here you need to find the exact one. So we can see we basically focus on the parameter values. So artist PHP artist is 1, artist is 2, artist is 3, and we can see the response code also. And over here we can see the methods they use. It's a get method or a post method, depending on the server side. So what is the major agenda of this one? To simply check the vulnerabilities on the server side. So I'm going to check only one parameter value, which could be your, let's try with the search parameter. So over here, I'm going to right click and I'm going to send to the repeater. Why I'm going to send to the repeater? Because we have to do some modification on that. And the request tab, we can see raw packets, some raw packets, some parameters. There are headers. There's a hexadecimal values. So over here, we can see something like this. So we have 3 parameter values. If we click over here, URL, body, or we can say URL 2 bodies. In the URL, we can see test with the value and the search parameter on the go button. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to check if any of the parameters reflect back to server side. So I'm gonna use over here A1, A2, and A3. So I simply modified the parameter value according to myself. Why? Because I want to check the response code from the server side. If they execute the 200 request, I can simply check which parameter has been executed. Okay, we can see that it's still crawling, and uh, we have the response code. Yeah, we have 200 over there. So it means that payload which we have modified over here is been executed from the server side with the 200 indication. So let's check with the response code data. So I'm going to put A over there, but there is lots of A. Let's try A1. There's 0, A2. That we find A2 over there. And which parameter did we find? We find on the parameter called page search parameter. Did we find A3? No, there was no A3 matched over there. So in A2, I can see that the payload has been executed and the payload, the string value that we put is on the search parameter. Let's try with a simple payload, if it execute or not. I'm going to try an alert function. With alert function, we're going to use document.url. Now let's try to execute this one. We can see that we have a response code 200. Let's try with the response code. Let's show response in browser. Let's copy this one and let's paste it over here to check the response. And I can see that the parameter value has been executed on the http test.php.bunhub.com search.php test A1. So this one was executing, but in the real life scenario, we simply used a normal payload. But in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this payload on a intruder part. Because why? Because we have a dictionary which contains all the number of lists. So I'm going to go to the positions and I'm going to specify this one. So create tags, and we know that which parameter we're going to tag. So I'm going to space this one and put add. I put two ads over here. Why? Because there is only one payload that we can execute. We're going to perform our brute force attack on this search parameter. And over here, I'm going to use this sniper attack. Let's go to the payload. And in the payload, I can see payload 1 only executed. Simple runtime, and there are lots of things, but we're going to use the simple one. Load payload, which is we have created. So I'm going to use the XSS payload, which contains all the number of payloads on the server side. And I already show you where we can download this one. So desktop, and we can see there are lots of SVG onload payload, some double quote, bracket, double quote on mouse over alert. There are lots of other things that we can use. See. So let's try this one. Options, we can set the number of threads according to us. And we can start. Then we simply accept, we have already a payload. So on the payload, I can see that there are around 6,586 payloads are there. Either we can wait for that, or we can see the response code over here. and it indicating us that is 200, and 200 indicates that the payload has been executed, and you can see the payload. But if I see over here, all the statements are 200 with the maximum number of lengths. So let's try with the maximum unit. So we have one. See, we have entered a payload of SVG, and let's check the response code. It's showing 200 and see what it effective. Through the response code, we can indicate that the payload is executed or not. See, or what we can do, we can simply right click, show response in browser, copy the URL and save it over here, and we can see the payload has been executed because it's simply entered some image files according to the SVG. See, it's gonna attach some URL on that section. See, www.w3.org 1995. So what's this basically doing? It's basically affecting the server side, and you can see that it started again. 185 request, but we're gonna try with the maximum unit. Onload user sitemap. See, so show response in browser. Copy the URL, and we can check it over here again. Again, this is not executed, but we can see the plane. There's some the search for is been shifted from here to here. In the real life scenarios, if we are a good programmer or we are a good attacker, we can simply check through the payload script because we don't have that much of time to simply use a parameter. That's why we use Encoding in real life scenarios to get the parameter values and see the length of the part. Some are getting timeout because of the request blocked. So in attacker ways, if I say if the payload has been stored on the server side, it would be a major impact. But we can see this is only reflecting on the server side. If the payload can be stored on the server side, it would be a major impact, or the reputation of the company would be slow. There are many different types of things you can try. But the major important thing is to try each and every payload that you use, because it's all about the list that you have used. We don't know which payload will be run in which parameter, so we have to simply check one by one. First step is to identify the reflected, then you can move to the store. Through the reflected, you can move to the store or through the domain environment. Still, it's running. So all those accesses process scripting can be done by with the help of Burpsuite plus with the help of dictionaries. You can try Seclist GitHub. Seclist is one of the best one for animation part, for payload, usernames, lots of things. Seclist is a security tested compression. It is a collection of multiple types of lists used during the security assessment. You can try this thing. Seclist. Seclist accesses. See, root logging, string logging. There are lots of logging parts, and there are multiple. Access cheat sheet, port swagger. So you can use any of the things, but it will take some time according to the server and the response code. So this was all a part of your XSS process scripting. of all, we have an ID is equal to parameter value, and we are going to use advanced Hagwar for pen testing part. So let's try to enumerate the ID is equal to one parameter. So as per the error handling, we're going to use the forward slash. And over here, we can see an error. And we can see the value has been encapsulated with a double quote. So let's try to balance the query first of all. So now we can see that the parameter one, the ID, the value one is encapsulated with the double quotes. So let's balance the query with the minus minus plus to comment out the right hand side query. So it's saying you are in. So it's not saying any error. So what are we going to do? We're going to ask server an error-based questions. So over here, we're going to see error double query injection. So in the bottom side, you can see double query based. You can see error-based exclamation, get the version, get the version, get the database, tables, columns, and data. But over here, we're going to try some different methodologies. For example, see this lesson of the SQL map, that there are lots of different kinds of attacks over there. Double injection, error-based exclamations, blind-based exclamations, and your double base. So it was single code and it was double code. There is no difference between that. And you can see this was a double code. For this code, for this one, I'm going to load the URL section on my Hackbar. So let's load the URL, and over here we're going to place our payload. So I'm going to go to the error base and I'm going to select the double query base exclamation to get the version first. So when I click this one, let's talk about the statement first of all. And statement to and operator. So select one from select count select congruent version. Okay, this is important part, the version. From the information schema dot tables limit 01. See this one. This is important part. We get the limit. So let's try to execute this one. So I can see the version is my this Ubuntu 5.0.1. Let's try to enumerate the limit function. I'm going to use one. No, if you simply limit the function, there is only one version available over there. The limit function of 0 is basically used for first table name or first column. First table name, first row. So we can see the version over here. But if I write database, then will it execute? Yes, it's executing with the security we can see. Let's try a limit function to enumerate more. No, there is only one. Let's try that we know the version of the database server. Let's try something else. For example, we're going to try to find some more queries. Like let's try it over here. Let's get the database. So we can see that they're going to use the same thing. There's no changes over there. So if you execute, you will see challenges. The first database was challenges because they're going to use the limit function to override their query. See over here. So over here, I'm going to change the limit function. Let's try 2. DBWA. So we can move each and every limit function to extract the first database with the rows. Metasploit. Fourth one, MySQL. Fifth one, you have to use that one which we want to look for. Sixth one, security. So we can see there is a security table over there. So what we can do, we gonna place our payload again over here, and this time we're gonna use table names to extract. So it's going to ask me again this database name. So the database name was security. Let's execute. We can see emails. Let's try the limit function to 1. Referrer 2. We can see a U agent 3. Users. So let's try the users table. Again, we can execute a payload from the double base query, and I can select the column names. So you have to write the security users table. Yes. Let's try to execute the table users form. We can see ID. So in this scenario, I have to change the limit function to enumerate more and more. Can you see limit function anywhere else over here? There were 2 limit functions. Let's try this one. Yes, we can execute. We can enumerate more and more users. See, you should know which parameter value you are extracting. That's the main point. So over here, we can try, we get the usernames and passwords. So what we can do, we can try the data. So for that, I'm going to use the security. The table name was users. At the column names were username, comma, password. Is it okay? Yeah. Let's execute this one. Okay, so we have an error. And what is the error? You have an error in your SQL syntax. So where is the problem over here? Let's try it again. So the database name was security. It was a user table name. It was a username, comma, password. Again, we having an error. So where is the error over here? So we over here they're gonna use. Let's try. Okay, let me try one more time. Before that, let's try the columns. It was security, users tables. So execute. Okay, there's an ID parameter. Let's try one. Username. Okay, it was username proper. Data entry was username. And the second one, we can see password. So okay, so we have we have 2 columns. I'm going to use username and password. So let's delete this one first. And WS query, get the data. So we should write security first of all. Then we can write users. In the username, we can extract username, comma, password. Let's try this one. Still, we are seeing having an error. Rand forms table unit 1. Okay, this is good. Okay, why are we not getting the payloads over here? Get the version, get the columns, get the data. Security. Users, let's try password. Okay. Dump. Okay, the password is running. So where is password over here? Okay, this is the password. So let's try limit 1. Then what? Okay, I can see the passwords characters. Let's replace with this one with the username parameter. Now it's working fine. So in this case, we have to do one by one all the password parameters to extract. But in this case, both the parameter was not working properly. So we have to extract this one with a single value. So error-based SQL injection or double-based SQL injection is basically where we put some random kind of errors to ask some queries from the server side, and it will reflect the queries from the backend of the server, because we put some questions on the server side, and there are many ways that we can extract. In this scenario, what we can do, we can try something else. As I told you, if you have ID is equal to parameter value, the bland SQL injection works fine. If you see over here, the bland SQL injection, where a server in the injection is a type of SQL injection that asks the database in the true and false questions and determine the answer based on the application response. This makes exploiting the SQL injection vulnerability more difficult but not impossible. So we can ask some questions to the server side. So over here, what we can see, the prevention and the attack phase. What is the main difference between an SQL injection and a bland SQL injection? There is a totally different thing. A normal SQL injection is closely similar to bland SQL injection. The only difference is the bland SQL injection will not display any error messages. See, the bland SQL injection will not show any error messages from the database server, warning that your SQL syntax is not correct. You have to ask true and false questions and watching the response in the other hand. So that's why we can see we can use lots of other functions. For example, we're going to try to bypass the post SQL injection part, the post space. So let's try with the backslash, and I can see there is an error with a single quote value. So before that, I'm going to go visit a website called SQL Authentication Bypass Cheat Sheet. You can try to make a copy of the text. You can copy all these words in a text file, and you can use intruder to perform authentication bypass in your login form. For example, I'm going to use a universal key over here. So over here, we're going to use blind SQL injection, but the main objective will be our single quote to balance the query, or function 1 is equal to 1 minus minus space, or we can use single quote or function 1 is equal to 1 hash. You can see you have to balance the query. So over here, let's copy this one and let's check to the browser. And we can see that the successfully has been logged in with the username dump and password dump. Because the server side is not sanitizing the client request from the browser side. It's basically executing any of the requests which is from client to server. And I can see that we can simply dump the query, and we can see the data over there. in a proper manner way. Or what else we can try? We can try more things. For example, there are many ways that we can perform. If you find any of the parameter value, you can try to find the loopholes on the server side also. ID is equal to 1 if you find something valuable data, a vulnerable data. It can be used in many ways. For example, you can use the sleep function as it given over here, the blind SQL injection for sleep function. And we can see we are using a single quote to balance the query, and to join a query side, select star from the select statement which sleeps 25 seconds. So let's copy this one. Let's try it not 25 seconds, only 5 seconds, so it's okay. So if it sleeps over there, it will simply put a result. It's showing you are in. Okay, let's try the lesson 1, I guess, on the parameter value. Okay, in the parameter value, when we put lesson 1, we can see that it's slipping. Because lesson 1 was an error-based explanation as per the data. In this advanced hack bar, there are lots of other things you can perform. Single quote, double quotes, double base. There are lots of other things that you can perform over here. Or the most important thing, you can use SQL map for that. The best training, if I talk about, you can use SQL map. For example, if you take any of the websites, it can be usable. For example, you can either use this parameter value if it's vulnerable or not. So single quote or double quotes depend on the parameter categorized. You can use this one for SQL map to enumerate. The automation part is the important thing. SQL map -u, the URL and the parameter value with -, DBS to database to extract. The backend database is MySQL, DBMSX. Yes, try this one. For remaining tests, do you want to include all the tests from MySQL, extending provide level 1 and level 1? Yes, why not? So we can see over here, they're going to try each and every statement of SQL to execute the query. And one more, it will take some time. You can see get parameter is vulnerable. Do you want to test the other things? I say no. And you will see the databases over there. You can use any of the database which you want. TKWiki, MySQL, and other things. Let's try the security only right now. With the capital D to represent with the database to use, and -, tables to enumerate the table names from the database. Let's see the capital T to use a specific table name. So I'm going to use users with the columns. We can see IDs, parameter values, and lots of other things. Username, comma, password, and I'm going to use the dump function. Why I'm using a dump function? I'm going to extract the database on that server. And we can see all the table, all the things over here, one by one. But I can see there was admin also. So automation tools is the important part. So in this scenario, either you can use the manual hack bar way, or either you can use the SQL map over here. And through the SQL map, you can use it in various ways. Data manipulation, cookies, random agent, user agent. You can use user agent for this one. Proxy, Tor. There's lots of other things that you can use. But for the important thing, is to learn the basic concept of escalation. So this was your training session of your injection part, but there is lots of other things you should learn. The best platform for learning this thing I told you about, the security dates and W3 school. Thank you.
That is XSS. This is the top 10 critical vulnerability of your VAST top 10, and that would be your A7 cross-site scripting. Yep. So let me tell you about the one thing. Cross-site scripting is your Java script attack, a normal Java attack. So if we talk about the cross-site scripting, which is your VAST top 10, and that would be your A7 XSS. And it was a standard, and the year of standard is 2017. So our major agenda over here is to simply tell all the possibilities one by one, which can lead us for information gathering part. So what exactly the cross-site scripting is, let's have a look. Cross-site scripting, which is also known as XSS, which is a short form, and this web security vulnerability allows an attacker to compromise the interaction that user has to a vulnerable application. Interaction with a human vulnerable application. Interaction means the layout we can see on the front end. The front end, we can see the message type over here, we can see all the possibilities, so it could be a different part. So over here you can see it allows an attacker to circumvent the same origin policy. So same origin policy is basically attacking on the same environment that cannot be intercept with a different domain. For example, if I'm attacking the website called xyz.com, this is origin. Origin means a zone, a specific zone for a specific application, and this specific application will not interact with another different zone, which is also origin, but this will be another zone, a different zone over there. So my major perspective was over here to simply turn all the things one by one. So if this XYZ has been attacked, it will not get any effect on the ABC website. It will not give any effect. So it will simply happen on the vulnerable application on the specific one. Same origin policy which is designed to segregate different websites from each other. Segregate means apart or separate. Cross-site scripting vulnerability normally allows an attacker to masquerade a victim user and to carry out any actions that are usually able to perform and access any of the user data. If the victim user has privileged access to the application, then the attacker might be able to gain full control over the application and the functionality. So this line, I will say this line is important. If the victim user has privileged access with the application, then the attacker might be able to gain full control over the application, functionality, and data. And that could be a different thing over here. For example, let's have a look how a simple JavaScript payload works. So over here, cross-site scripting will manipulate the web interface. Only the client side can get affected over here. So you can see cross-site scripting works by manipulating a vulnerable website. So it's written malicious JavaScript to user. When the malicious code execute inside a victim browser, the attacker will be fully compromised the interaction with the application part. So you can see a proper message has been given. For example, they have given a proper URL that can be used for the further stages. For example, domain.com, or you can see the comment, the message is the parameter, and the value which is given over here. So you can see a value which is given over here on the script tag. Most of the Java applications are based on JavaScript. Cross-site scripting vulnerability is basically based on your JavaScript templates. So over here, the major objective of this session would be to simply penetrate all the skills one by one and simply gonna look for all the possibilities. So JavaScript templates is just like your simple Java programming. So script ends, script tag, and the message will be over here. You can say the structure of the query. Remember one thing, if you're visiting any of the website, for example, if I'm visiting this website, which is a normal Google, so you can see, I can see the Google is highlighting the search parameters, the tags over here. So a website, when a website is developed, you can see they are using HTML, they are using CSS, and they are using JavaScript. HTML will be our body type. This would be our skeleton. This would be our, what you can say, interaction. JavaScript will give us a proper layout, which could be your buttons, features, etc. So whenever a website is created, you will have to examine that this should be made by HTML, there should be a CSS, there should be JavaScript, many further things can be happen over there one by one. So our major objective of this today's session, we can understand how the cross-site scripting vulnerabilities works in the 2017 A10, A7, and that will lead us for information as well. Most of the JavaScript payload will show you like this one. And over here, you can see this attacker has used a script tag with the source SRC. SRC means the source IP, the source URL where the data will be fetched. So simple, how it could be possible? An attacker will craft a URL and it will send it to the victim side. The victim will execute this one, and by default it will execute the malicious code that could be due for malfunctioning, and it will return to the attacker part. So in this scenario, what we're gonna do over here, we're gonna see what are the types of cross-site scripting. The cross-site scripting are divided into three types, which is your reflected, stored, and DOM-based accesses. So if I talk about the reflected are the most common things. You can find reflected cross-site scripting in anywhere of the website. For example, you can see reflected where the malicious scripts comes from the current HTTP request. Simple. A current HTTP request means So if I create a simple pop-up machine, let's make a simple payload. What will happen? Let's do script alert document dot domain. Let's try this one. Let's take this website. And this is a testing website, so I'm just taking this one. So major perspective, let's try with the search parameter. What will happen over here? I can see there's a pop-up of test php.com. Why? Because over here I can simply create a script which will pop up our document.domain part, document and domain, which is a simple your pop-up of JavaScript. See over here, if I run the developer mode on the console, I can do document. You can see on the bottom. If you can see over here, the bottom side, I simply write document. So in the developer mode, you can simply press F12 and go to the developer mode, and you can do document.domain. So debugger code eval execution 1.0. Something is missing. Sorry. It was dot, not a single part. Yes. Something is missing over here, and that would be something. Sorry, I was using semicolon. I was declaring a variable, so I don't have to do that. So you can see the test query, the parameter can also work over here also. This one didn't work. I was trying to use the test parameter, but didn't reflect anything. The major objective of this one is to simply identify the request parameters. So the simple reflected, the malicious script comes from the current request. It will simply pop up on the instant variables when you simply execute this one. So what could be the possibilities an attack can be performed? So see over here, we're going to try all the things one by one. We're going to try reflected accesses, stored accesses, and DOM-based accesses. And the first thing I can see, the stored accesses. See, there is a word called persistent and non-persistent. Persistent means the data will be stored on the server side, and that could be whenever a normal legitimate user will visit that specific source, the first thing will be appeared, that will be the source code where the payload has been executed or the stored. And if I talk about the stored over here, stored is persistent and reflected is non-persistent because it will simply single click execution. See over here, stored accesses where the malicious scripts come from the website database. See, why they are saying that the malicious scripts come from the store website database? Why? Because the script has been stored on the server side database, and it will be single pop execution. DOM-based accesses where the vulnerability exists in the client code rather than the server side. See, the client code execution part, client side code. So it will be on the client side, not the server side. So lots of people, they ask me, sir, what will happen if we simply get to know about the vulnerabilities exist on the client or either than the server side? Server side will be stored, okay, because the payload has been stored from the client to the server, and it is a part of the database. So whenever the attacker will visit, or whenever the legitimate user will visit that specific page, the first thing it will see is the pop-up of the execution part. So what we have over here, let's talk about the three important topics that could be covered. So the first thing is reflected cross-site scripting. This one. So we have reflected XSS is the simplest variety of cross-site scripting. It arises when the application receives the data in the HTTP request and includes the data within the immediate response in the unsafe way. So I have mentioned you that it's a single pop-up. If you simply execute any queries, it will simply do over there. For example, you can see here is a simple example of process scripting vulnerability. So they have given insecurewebsite.com status message all is well, the simple parameter value. So the P parameter, the P tag. The P tag is just your message over here, message. So what will happen? Status is all is well. So what will happen if an attacker simply put a malicious code just like this one? The application doesn't perform any processing of the data, so an attacker can easily construct the attack. And you can see the script bad plus stuff here. Bad stuff means your payload over here, because this is a script which is your starting and this is your ending point. So the payload will be like this one. So see what will happen if the user visit the URL constructed by the attacker, then the attacker script execute in the browser. So in the context, the user session will be application, and the endpoint, the script can carry out actions. So what could be the possibilities? So what I'm going to do, let's look for the cross-site scripting of reflected one. So I have solved some of the queries over here. You can see the first one, which is a reflected, and we're going to try many modes over here. So the first one is your reflected access in the HTML context with nothing encoded. Nothing encoded means there would be a simple plain text execution part. And the most important thing, when you simply search for the parameter values, look for the impact also. The impact will cause you a lot of things. Reflected XSS into HTML context page. So let's have a look. See, this lab contains a simple reflected cross-site scripting vulnerability in the search functionality. In the search functionality, see the search functionality. To solve this lab, alert a function, document attack, and call the alert function. So otherwise, you can see we're going to copy this one. A simple payload has been given. You can do anything over there. So let's do an lab access. So over here we have a normal thing, a normal blog, which is given over here. But over here I can see the search block parameter. So let's do one thing. Let's pop up my name over here. Zero result. Why this happened? See, this was a string. I was using a string parameter. This was a string, and I mentioned you, if you are using a string, simply use double quote or a single quote over there. See, and you can see over here the machine has been solved. It was a simple payload that it will execute on a single click on the server side. It didn't take that much of time to simply execute one by one all the queries. But the major objective over here is to simply understand how the attack will, because cross-site scripting reflected vulnerability will be simply a single pop-up. See, an HTTP request includes that data within the immediate response in the unsafe way. Immediate response from unsafe way. See, this was I was talking about. A single pop-up can be help over here to simply enumerate or simply get all the things one by one. So over here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to check one by one many other further things also. So over here, let's have a look at impact. So lots of people ask me about the impact. What could be the impact if a cross-site scripting vulnerability has been executed on the server side? That could be lead us for information part. So if an attacker can control a script that is executed in the victim browser, then they can typically fully compromise that user. So why they are saying that we can fully compromise the user? Because over here, when I use the document.cookie parameter, I can use the session cookie pop-up also. This will be the malicious one. If you find any cross-site scripting, a pop-up, an attacker try to use a document.cookie also. But there was no user was login. That's why it's a blank over here. Sometimes if the user is logging over there on the specific server, you can simply pop up their session tokens. If you get any session tokens over there, that could be a malicious thing. See over here. Test php.oneweb. So let's sign up. So this is a testing website, a normal testing website. So see what will happen if I use a single pop-up. xvideos.com. I should restart from xvideos. Okay. There's might be some error over here. No issue. That we can simply look for money for the things. So what could be the possibilities? What could be the impact? So if I talk about the impact, performed any action within the application that the user can perform, view any information that the user is able to view, modify any information that the user is able to modify, initiate interaction with the application users, including malicious attacks that will appear in the originate from the initial victim user. There are various means by an attacker might induce a victim user to make a request that can control to deliver reflective process scripting. And many other things can happen. See, we have many more attacks over here. Let's try one by one. Exploiting process scripting vulnerabilities. So we have some more reflected over here. I'm going to show you some of the attacks over here. So let's try with a cookie session, or we can see process scripting context. Over here we have many more over there. So let's have a look. Let's try with this one first. Let's try with this cookie stealing part. So cookie stealing part is one of the most important part over here. So stealing cookie is a traditional way to exploit process scripting. Most web application uses cookie for session handling. You can exploit process scripting vulnerability to send the victim cookies to your own domain, or then mainly inject the cookie into your browser and impersonate the victim. So cookie impersonation. Cookie impersonation is a attack where an attacker simply steal the cookies from a different user and simply use those cookies parameter to simply log into that behalf of that victim. So over here you can see you can exploit process scripting vulnerability to send the victim cookies to your own browser, then manually inject the corresponding. So what will happen over here? In this practice, the victim might be not be logged in. Many applications hide their cookies from JavaScript using the HTTP flag. Session might be logged to additional factors like your user IP address, because each and every session has been added by the public IP address, which is assigned by the IPS. This session might be timeout before you're able to hijack. Timeout won't include connection left. So let's try to steal some cookies over here. Okay, let's try this one. So they have given exploiting cross-site scripting to steal cookies. So this lab contains stored XSS vulnerability in the block comment section. Okay, it's a stored XSS. So it means the data will be stored on the server side. To solve this lab, exploit the vulnerable, steal the session cookie to someone who view the blog post comment, then use this cookie to impersonate the victim. They have given some notes over here. So the online lab simulates another user who can view blogs comment after they are posted. You should exfilter this user session cookie with the help of Burp Collaborator. Burp Collaborator is one of the best things. See over here. Did I find something? So where is the port swagger? Add to scope. Yep. Scope only. Great. Now I can see only the parameter values. So instead of using Burp Collaborator, you should adapt the attack to make the victim post cookie with a blog commenting, exploiting cross-site scripting. CSRF through this would means that cookie will be exposed publicly and also disclose evidence that makes burp. So exploiting the access to perform cross-site scripting, cross-site record forgery. Through the XSS, we can get the cookie, but through the XSS, we can perform CSRF, cross-site record forgery attack. See this one, what will happen. So use Burp Professionals, copy the clipboard to your copy unique Burp Collaborator payload, leave the Burp Collaborator to Windows open, submit the following payload in a block comment, insert the block collaborator subdomain where indicated. So यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट पता है क्या दे रखा है? यहाँ पे आपको सिंपली एक डोमेन क्लिक करना पड़ेगा, आपको एक सिंपल जावास्क्रिप्ट पेलोड बनाना पड़ेगा और ये पेलोड आपको वहाँ पे कमेंट आउट में सेव करना पड़ेगा. This script will make anyone who will view the comment post request to burpcollaborator.in containing the cookie. And सबसे बेस्ट चीज़ क्या है कि we're gonna use this one and we're gonna try to access. So over here. The Burp Collaborator is also used for basically fetching the data from the server side. So यहाँ पे So over here, I guess, where is it? The passive and okay, we have content discovery, schedule tasks, analyze target, find reference, find script, find comment, find search, actively looking. We can try one thing. We can search in the Burp Suite book, the hacker, the cookbook. The Burp Collaborator. So the Burp Collaborator is one of the best tools to identifying the loopholes on the server side, and it is also used for specifying the vulnerability. So you can see using Burp Collaborator to determine SSRF, you can use it for determining cross-site scripting, you can determine it for cross-site record forgery attack, So over here you can see SSRF is a vulnerability that allows an attacker to force application to make unauthorized request on the attacker's behalf. To make an unauthorized request in behalf of the attacker. So it will simply attack in his own environment. This request can be simply as DNS queries or as your manipulations or commands that attacker can control server. So you can see in this burp collaborator to check open ports available for SSRF requests, then use Intruder to determine whether the application will perform DNS queries or not. So let's have a look getting ready using the OWASP multi-day, and they are giving the normal thing. See where you have to go. You have to go to the miscellaneous. You will find you will go to the object. You can go to the project options. You will get to the miscellaneous, just like this one, and you will see your burp collaborator. See the burp collaborator server. The burp collaborator is an external IT service that can be used for helpful discover kind of vulnerability. You can use default credentials provider and port swagger to deploy your own instance. We'll read the documentations part. So let's have a look what other things can happen. So use the burp collaborator server. Check what they have given. So switch to the burp project options, miscellaneous, burp collaborator server. You have two options available for using the private burp collaborator server that could be set up, or maybe use publicly internet accessible, or maybe word swagger. So burp swagger. Check the box labeled poll over the encrypted HTTP and run the health check button. A pop-up box will appear to the various protocol to see whether they connect to the public burp collaborator or not. So let's try this one. Run check. So it's basically checking from the web server. So the SMTP response of the capture server was not accepted. Perhaps this is not a collaborator server. So you can see port number 25 was not over there. So there was your server address resolution, your correction. And remember one thing कि मैंने simple यहाँ पे इसको target एक ही target लिया है मैंने, ठीक है? So you have to use a burp collaborator to check the health of the web application. So when you check the health of where you can run this one again, you can see the port number 25 was not over there. So what could be the next possibilities? From the top level menu, select the burp collaborator client, and you can see burp collaborator client. Yes. So burp collaborator client क्या करेगा आपका? यहाँ पे एक payload create करके देगा आपका. Generate a number of payload. एक number simple part. तो जैसे कि अगर आप यहाँ पे देखो, a pop-up box will be appear in the section label generate collaborator payloads. Change the 1 to 10. It's all up to you. And click on the copy of the clipboard button and leave all the default as they are. Do not close the collaborator client window. If you close the windows, you will lose the client sessions. So majorly यहाँ पे करना क्या है आपको? Simple ये जो payload आप create करोगे, इस payload के through आपको अपने कोई भी जितने भी आपके payloads हैं यहाँ पे ये आपको insert करना है यहाँ पे जो आप payload यहाँ पे create करोगे. See this one. Switch to the burp proxy HTTP history tab and find out the request. You just need to create it to DNS lookup. Right click and select to the send to options. Switch the burp intruder position tab. Clear all the suggested payload breakers and highlight the IP address. Click to the add button, जो कि आपके parameter जिस पे आपको attack करना है. And burp suite will switch to the burp intruder payload and tap to the paste and 10 payloads you copied to the burp collaborator functions, and आपको यहाँ पे अटैक करते रहना जब तक वो आपके कॉल ना हो जाए. जैसे कि मैं यहाँ पे करके दिखाता हूँ. मैं सिंपली यहाँ पे एक ही करूँगा. तो कुछ पेलोड ऐसा बन के आएगा आपको देखो. So we have to paste this payload on the comment section. अगर आपको याद हो कि यहाँ पे इसने बोला था कि comment section में जाके आपको डेटा को fetch करना है. So लॉगिन करने के लिए बोला था क्या? लॉगिन कंडीशंस थे यहाँ पे। ओके सो ये जो डेटा दिया है ये हमें कहाँ पे पेज करना है, दिस स्क्रिप्ट विल बी एनीवेयर रिव्यू द कमेंट पेज। सो यहाँ पे कमेंट पेज था पिक्चर्स में, व्यू पोस्ट, and we can see a comment page over there. So तो यहाँ पे मैं जो अपना पेलोड क्रिएट करूँगा वो मेरा यहाँ पे होगा, योर सब डोमेन हियर और योर bubcollaborate.net। तो सब डोमेन हमारा bubcollaborate ये है। तो यहाँ पे मैं सिंपल क्या कर रहा हूँ, क्रॉस बब कोलैबोरेटर के थ्रू मैं वल्नरेबिलिटीज को आइडेंटिफाई करूंगा कि उसमें कोई क्रॉस स्क्रिप्टिंग वल्नरेबिलिटी है कि नहीं। और ये जो हम कर रहे हैं ये हम सेशन कुकी को स्टील करने के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं। सो देखो फेच, यहाँ पे फेच जो कमांड यूज हुआ है डेटा को फेच करने के लिए यहाँ से, और यहाँ मेथड हमने पोस्ट किया हुआ है और नो कोर्स बॉडी कुकी पैरामीटर को स्टील करेंगे। सो लेट्स यूज पाथ, email address hacker.co.in, website lucifer@red.com, www दे देते हैं, कोई इशू नहीं है। So let's do paste. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for your comment to be submitted. See. अब मान लो कि ये जो पेलोड मैंने यहाँ पे जो सेट किया था, और अगर ये क्या करेगा हर 60 मिनट्स में, ये देख रहे हो आ गया रिजल्ट, एवरी 60 मिनट्स में ये डेटा को फेच करके देगा हमें। बिकॉज द डेटा हैज बीन सेट ओवर हियर। और हर बार अगर कोई एक न्यू विक्टिम उस स्पेसिफिक सोर्स कोड में जाएगा जहाँ पे मैंने अपना पेलोड डाला हुआ है, जैसे कि ये पार्थमंडल, so it's gonna take some time, or we can see the DNS part has been executed. The collaborator received a DNS lookup type A, domain name this, HTTP request, ये देखो आ गए। So request and response देखते हैं। See, a normal cookie parameter is there. You just has placed a payload on the server side, and वो payload आपके बाद में से use हो सकता है, क्योंकि मैंने यहाँ पे देखो सिंपली यहाँ पे मैंने अपना बब कोलैबोरेटर डाला था और उस पेलोड के अंदर मैंने अपना malicious कोड इंजेक्ट किया था। ये दिखा रहा कि पुल every 60 seconds, 20 seconds, because we don't have that much of time to wait over there. This script will make anyone who view the comment issue and the post request to the bubcollaborator.net containing the cookie parameter. Go back to your bub collaborator and client view, and now if you see any of the interaction listed, wait for the few seconds and try. If you see any HTTP interaction, take a note of the value of the victim cookie in the post body. See. Then reload the page. Then reload the main page block using the bug proxy repeater to replace your own cookie with the captured value. देख लो जो मुझे HTTP रिक्वेस्ट मिली है ये कुकी को मुझे अपने कुकी के साथ चेंज करना है. This cookie parameter can be also be affected over there. So let's try this one. So मैं यहाँ पे क्या करने वाला हूँ, जैसे यहाँ पे इसको स्टॉप कर देते हैं. तो वर्ब सूट कहाँ गया. तो यहाँ पे एक कुकी सेशन हाईजैकिंग हो रहा है क्रॉस साइट स्क्रिप्टिंग के थ्रू. तो यहाँ पे देखते हैं. देख रहे हो. सो यहाँ पे रिपीटर ड्रॉप द पैकेट. यहाँ पे जो एक कुकी पैरामीटर आई है ये मेरे सेशन के लिए, तो मैं इसको क्या करूँगा, मैं अपने पैरामीटर के साथ इसे चेंज कर दूंगा. I will see 200. okay, exploiting process scripting to steal cookies. और वो वर्ब कोलैबोरेटर क्या करेगा, जो भी स्पेसिफिक सर्वर में, जो भी स्पेसिफिक यूजर में आया होगा उसी के कुकी पैरामीटर को कॉपी कर देगा. तो it didn't work. Something might be wrong over here. Something. You should go in the verb HTTP, take a note of the value of the victim cookie in the post body, and then you can reload the main blog page using browser repeater to replace your own cookie with the capture value. You can see a hello admin message with the response demonstrating that you have successfully hijacked the admin user. Okay, but do I can see an admin over here? No, we were not able to use any admin. We just use a different cookie parameter, but I didn't have. Because they gave me this session cookie. This was my session cookie over here, so I have to use this one, but this didn't work. The length of the packet is this. No admin was there, but I can see that I got some. The major problem was there were too many request parameters, so I'm going to use this one again once more, and I'm going to visit that page and look for the partho again, and pull now. Okay, the same response code. There was no difference. You can see stealing the cookie parameter is important, but I was not able to jump any of the admin user as per the instruction, because if any of the victim will visit a specific page on the server side which I created a normal payload, it should be giving me a proper data value. So this was a normal cookie parameter which I granted. Instead of this one, let me try one more session. So intercept on request. Yep. So let's see what happened over here if I change the value with my. Nothing happened. Sometimes the port swagger machine is broken or something might be happened over there. Hmm. Uh, but still, we can see we can place our payload and we can grab the data type, which is over here. We got the response code, or this was the normal data. So through the burp collaborator, we can also find many other vulnerabilities on the server side, and there are lots of further things can be happened if you simply steal data or look for the valuable data. Many more things can be happened. So it was simply a cookie stealing attack, how an attacker can steal a cookie. But the major objective of this attack was how an attacker simply placed the payload on the specific website. Comment field, it was stored. The payload has been stored on the server side. Whenever a victim will visit that specific resources over there, it will give us a proper pop-up over here in the backend side. So what else we have over here? Exploiting cross-site scripting to capture passwords. These days, many users have password manager that autofill their password. Yes, password manager. If you are using browser has already saved our password in their cache memory. So you can take advantages of this by creating a password input. Password input means it will be a normal JavaScript reading out all the autofill password and sending it to own domain. This technique avoids most of the problems associated with the stealing cookie, and can even gain access to every other account where the victim has been reused the same password. See, we don't have to use the same password in every structure in the query. Each and every part should be changed one by one. So if you see, the primary disadvantage of this technique is that only works on the user who has a password manager. See, who has only the password manager. It will work on that only. That performs password autofill. Of course, if the user doesn't have a password saved on your, you can still attempt to obtain their password through one-side phishing attack. Let's try what will happen. So this is also your stored exercise. This contains a lab over here, but I guess this is also going to use the burp collaborator. Yes, same thing will happen over there. You can see I have given using the burp professional. Click copy of the clipboard of the unique burp collaborator payload to your clipboard and leave the burp collaborator client windows open. Submit the following payload into a block comment. Insert the block in your burp collaborator subdomain where indicated. So over here we have to use this one. I guess this is the same thing that we have used over here also. Now this was for password. So over here we should know a little bit of Java. So project okay, no issue, not a big thing. Burp collaborator client, copy the clipboard, and we're gonna paste our payload over here. And we're gonna copy the input parameter. See, the most important thing, input username and password from the client side. Type password name on change if this value length fetching the file from this specific one. Post method, data is posting on the server side. So we're gonna do copy. You can see over here this script will make anyone who will view the comment in the post request burp-collaborator.net containing the username and password. Go back to your burp-collaborator client window and click pull. If you can see any interaction listed, wait for a few seconds and try. If you should see an HTTP interaction, take a note of the value of the victim user and password in the post body. You should see the HTTP request, take a note of the username and password in the post body. Use the credential to log in the victim user. So let's access. So over here again, we're gonna paste that malicious script on the payload comment part. So we're gonna do x. 'Thanks for your comment to be saved. Okay. So what we are gonna do, we have to see over here. We can only see the response code. Let's do pull command. $20 seconds. See the username and the things. Administrator and the so is it the password? Administrator. Let's try if we can go. So it was on the post request that was generated. And we have solved this one. See, the major objective of this vulnerability, when a victim will visit on the specific payload and we will get and capture the request. So it's like a normal payload to be executed. All you have to do is to see the response code, the request which is generated, and the response. So I guess we were doing the same thing, and that was not working with this one, cookie stealing part. So our major agenda and the major possibility that we're gonna do over here is to simply check one by one. So there are many further things can happen. See, exploiting cross-site scripting to perform CSRF. So CSRF, we are not going to do this. This one is right now because this will be a totally different topic. So this was a stored XSS which will be stored on the server side, that is persistent over here. So if you see over here, this was all stored over here, and there was cross-site scripting content type also. So can you see the content type? Cross-site scripting reflected excessively in HTML context with the most tags and attributes are blocked. Most tags and attributes. Most tag and attributes की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो यहाँ पे बात हो रही है आपके ये क्या बोलते हैं इन चीजों की बात हो रही है. Sometimes they block script tag. Sometimes they block the first data like this one. So you have to simply encode this part. So अगर आप यहाँ पे देखो reflected cross-site scripting in HTML context with the most tags and attributes are blocked. This lab contains reflected cross-site scripting vulnerability in search functionality that uses a web application firewall, which is your WAF, to protect against common access vector. Common access vector is your vulnerabilities of your cross-site scripting. To solve this lab, perform a cross-site scripting attack when bypass the WAF and alert the document.cookie parameter. See. Your solution must be not require any user interaction, must triggering an alert function. यहाँ पे user interaction की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको simply यहाँ पे single execution pop up करना है. और यहाँ पे अगर आप देखो, यहाँ पे बहुत सारी चीजें दे रखी है. Inject a standard XSS payload such as your image source on error alert function. Observe this is a payload get blocked. Use burp entity to test which tags and attributes are being blocked. So यहाँ पे आपको simple एक पूरा पैरामीटर के साथ चीट शीट बनानी पड़ेगी. जैसे यहाँ देखो क्रॉस साइट स्क्रिप्टिंग में चीट शीट दे रखी है आपको. These cheat sheet can be help you, and these are the browsers which can be manipulated or executed. There will be some little bit of information gathering. That could be help us in the further stages. So our major goal over here is to simply manipulate and simply extract all the things one by one and many more things.
So, okay. Yeah. Tomorrow, yesterday, any doubts?
No, sir. How to install Python, sir? But that is have an error, sir. Sir, how to install? That's only I have problem, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I will explain you. Okay. Yeah. My screen visible or not visible? Krishna, my screen visible now? Okay.
Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Okay. First tab is a Python .org. Done. This is a website to download Python. Okay. Got it? Hit enter. Yeah.
screen is in same camera roll feedback. That's page only.
Okay. My screen is not visible. You
Page is visible, sir, but
visible?
it is show.
Sorry, your voice not clear.
Sir, your page is in pictures slide only, sir.
Okay,
Does
picture
not
slides.
change it.
Okay, picture slide just not changing. Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Visible
sir.
now? Okay, visible. Yeah. Okay. Then go Python org. This is a link for download link. Python.org. Done? Python.org. Downloads. Then after that, click downloads and Python 3.9.1. Okay. For window. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then click and then about download Python 3.9.1. After downloading it, please wait. Yeah, got it. This is Python downloaded and show folder after. Visible na my screen?
Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Okay. Python is right click, then right click and go run as a administrator. After the yes. And see the window. Install Python 3.1 and click add Python 3.9 to path. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, add Python 3.9 path and install now. Click
Okay, sir.
and initializing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Neela.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, hi. Yesterday not coming to my classes?
Yeah, I didn't get any link from your side.
Ma'am, I already sent you a link, your email ID, ma'am.
Actually, no, it's wrong one. I already talked with Mr. Pankaj and Ms. Puna.
Okay,
It's their mistake. It's
okay,
okay, no problem. I needed the recording,
okay,
class recording.
okay.
Okay. Will you record today?
You record today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you help me to download the Python? Because I already downloaded, but
Okay,
it's not working properly. Can you
okay,
guide me how to do?
okay. This is the first step to download Python. This is a
Yeah, I already done it.
done
Yeah,
it
I
now.
already done, but
Okay,
I think it's a pip and the path is missing. I think so. After that, I just installed the path things, but the pip one is I have to check it.
yeah. Pip is why not install? I will show you.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah. Means pip, hit enter.
Okay, why you're
Yeah.
doing actually this
No,
one?
no. Yeah, I will show you only.
Oh, okay.
Pip is this is a installation after you command the pip. If you
Okay.
install already Python of all commands, so after then
Mhm.
command pip and after show your
Mhm.
libraries. So you
Okay.
are after saving after show pip command all libraries, then your Python is perfectly installing your desktop, your PC.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But pip command not.
Otherwise, shall I show my system? Could
Okay.
you change the host? Do you have time to do?
Yeah. Sure.
Is it not? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Krishna,
Yes, sir.
done. Your Python installation done.
Yes, sir.
Bec-
After that,
But after that is a install Python is done now. Yeah, this is done. Done progress and open the CMD and write the pip and hit enter.
okay, sir.
Okay. And
Okay, sir.
after the CLS and your and py only py enter. Then enter the Python command. Hit enter 3.9.1 text and write the code. A equal to 10 after B equal to 20 and C equal to A plus B print of C. Got it?
Yes, sir. I got it. Sir.
Okay. Neela,
Yeah. Hi.
got it?
Yeah. Okay. But
Nee,
can
nee.
you help me to
Yeah,
download
yeah. Yeah.
that
Okay.
one? Then
Okay.
after I. Okay.
Yeah. First of all,
Oh, the
Python.
for problem. Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
Download
Hmm.
or my 3.9 Python is already downloaded. ठीक? Done. Show this is Python 3.1. Okay. After
Okay.
right click,
Hmm.
hold. Run as a administrator. Done.
Oh, okay.
Then click.
Hmm.
After showing the window.
Hmm.
No, this is already
Yeah,
my
I can
setup.
download it. That's why. Yeah.
This is because same. This is यहाँ पे ये this is यहाँ पर add to external path. This is a click.
Hmm.
This is same line. This is same here. This is
Okay.
lane. Add to pip. Add to external paths. Then click and install.
Hmm. Okay.
So automatically your path your
Hmm.
administrator.
Okay, sure.
Then okay. So shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
But it's have some error. I already did it,
Yeah.
but even though it's having some error, I think it's pip or path like that. I already downloaded.
Okay.
Shall I reinstall it
No, no,
or
no.
hmm,
First of all,
because
your
it have
Python
some
is
error.
okay.
Ah,
You first of all, your Python is uninstalled.
hmm, okay. Hmm,
After the download,
hmm,
and
hmm,
show
hmm.
show this is a
Okay,
line.
sure,
Show this is a
sure.
line. Add to
Okay.
pip. Add to external path. Then click pop up
Yeah,
and
sure, sure.
install.
Okay,
Okay.
I understood.
Okay.
Okay,
Got it.
okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay,
Uh,
got it.
Nela, basically, where are you from?
Singapore.
Singapore. Okay. Are you
Yeah.
Indian? Are you Indian? Yeah. For
Yes, Indian. South
Indian,
Indian.
South Indian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Done it. Tomorrow is yesterday's classes done. My this is only
Mm-hmm.
basics concepts. This is
Okay. Okay.
my window is visible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can see it. Hmm.
Okay. This is fundamentals Python agendas.
Hmm.
Language fundamentals.
Okay.
Comparison
Hmm.
of Python with other languages, and Python variables and data types and identifiers. So we continue Python's variables and
Mm-hmm.
data types and identifiers.
Okay. Hmm.
So
Okay.
language fundamentals. This is the features of Python and
Okay. Sure.
functions.
Will you send it the PDF this
Yeah,
one?
yeah, yeah. I will send. I will send you. Okay.
Okay.
I will send you
Okay.
PDF
Thank you.
and a video
Hmm.
both.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Yesterday's
Yeah. Okay.
yesterday's one, right? Hmm. Okay.
Yesterday's one only PDF, no video. I am not recorded. Only today's recorded video. Today and
Oh.
after the
Okay. Then how could I how could I do that for
no no no
yesterday's
no.
thing? Hmm.
Yesterday only was normal speech, normal, was only definitions, no coding,
Oh.
only definition. Language fundamentals. Python is general purpose high
Mm-hmm.
level language. Python was developed good and the sums. Only but basic things.
Mm-hmm.
This is the main themes. Python variables and data types.
Okay. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
So Krishna, which topics should they start? Which topics? Which data type?
Variables, right?
No,
Just before
variables.
you.
Variables done it. For
Oh,
example,
already done.
okay. Variables only basic things. Example, I will show you.
Mm. Is it online Python, right?
Yeah, online Python.
Okay.
You
Then
have
why
done
should
it.
we download it? Actually, may know that.
Acha, you know do it.
Should we
What?
download? No.
No download. No, only was basic things. This is a variable. I will show you what is a variable.
Mhm. Okay.
For a equal to 10, b equal to 20. Then after c equal to a plus b. Then after
Mhm.
print c. This is my laptop is very hang. So
Mhm.
okay. Then output is 30. Show visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So variable is a which type to store your data.
Mhm.
Which type to store your data in the database. So 10 is 10 is your data.
Mhm.
10 is your data and a is variable to assign your data. Which
Mhm.
type which type of data to assign your variable. Memory is a location of memory space in databases.
Okay.
Which means 1 minute. A name in Python program is called identifier. Okay, it can be class name or function name, module name or variable name. This is called variable. Name of kind of it. 10 is a data type and a is variable. Your name is Nela. Okay,
Okay.
name is your name Nela. This is a
Mhm.
variable. This is a variable.
Okay.
And your per day activity, this is a data.
Mhm.
Okay. Rules to identify, rules to define identifiers in Python. How to define your variable in Python language.
Oh.
First,
Okay.
first rules is first rules is the only allow characters in Python. Only allow characters, not symbols,
Mhm.
not a 0 to 9 character at the first moment. The only allow characters in Python, alphabet symbols, either lowercase and uppercase. Okay.
Then
Digit
numbers not.
numbers not numbers. I will show you
Mhm.
example. Digits 0 to 1 and underscore symbols. This is a rules to define variable in Python. Okay. By mistake, if we are using any other symbols like dollar, then we will get syntax error. For example, cache to 10 dollar sh. cache only lowercase. So executable is right. And then after $case symbols, this is the only error. We'll show you red line. This is syntax error. Okay?
Okay.
Neela, got it now?
Yeah. Mm.
Krishna,
Yes, sir. Got it, sir.
you already got it now?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yesterday's class.
Yeah, yesterday class. Yeah. But few moments only describe your yesterday classes. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So identify should not start with digits. So start not with digits. When this is a we'll get soon. We'll get a syntax error. Total. If you want store one to any digits. So if you first of all lowercase, uppercase, after then you assign the 1, 2, 3 any digit of kind of. Okay. Identify Neela.
I had some doubt. Just
Neela,
before you
you
said,
okay? You
could you?
can you little bit Hindi? You know little Hindi.
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Tell me.
Okay. Just before you mentioned as numeric is not cannot use it, right?
Numbers.
Yeah, numbers. Just before you mention it, numeric letters is cannot
No. No.
be
No. No. No.
used it, right?
No. No. Yes. Not right. For example, 1, 2,
In
1, 2,
PDF,
3.
you just okay.
Okay, na? You already done it. A B A B C,
Mm,
and after
mm,
1, 2, 3. This is a
mm.
suitable. This is a
Oh, can use it. Okay,
okay,
but
and
symbol is not used. Cannot
symbol
use
is
it, right?
not used here.
But number and okay, alphabet is can.
Okay, both are you can use
Okay.
it.
Mm, mm,
Sunil, this is a correct.
mm.
Done now.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
not number first of uses. This is error. Syntax error. Got it? Invalid syntax.
Okay. Mm,
Done
mm,
now. Okay.
mm, mm.
Yeah. So identify are case sensitive. Of course, Python language is case sensitive language. You know case sensitive language,
No,
Neela?
no.
Case sensitive means if you
Mm,
define if you define TOTAL. This is a small letter.
mm.
Okay,
Yeah. Mm,
a small letter.
mm.
Karan. And print that the value TOTAL. Define small letter and print to capital letter. Can you error या फिर output? This is an error because total is not defined.
Mm.
So this is a camel case. If you want to define small, so calling the small letter.
Okay. Mm.
Okay, got it?
Mm.
This is a case sensitive language.
Mhm. Okay. What's different between PyCharm and Python?
PyCharm is a IDE,
Sorry?
IDE, Integrated Development Environment. That is called PyCharm. For
Oh, okay.
for only purpose your program. Only you return the code. Only return the code.
Then Python, it's the same, right? Both are
Python,
same. Huh?
no. Python is a language. Okay. Python is a
Okay.
scripting language to define your server side. This is called server side scripting language.
Oh,
Okay. Python is a
okay.
program. Python is a language. But PyCharm, this is called PyCharm. PyCharm
Uh,
only. PyCharm is a IDE. I will show you. One
okay.
minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay. What is the usage of IDE, that one? PyCharm.
IDE only use your return the professional coding. You are become a professional coder. This is a very big company. Many companies use only PyCharm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Can use the same language, right?
Same
Python
language.
can.
Any kind of language. Python, Java.
Can
You
use
should
it.
use.
Oh,
देखो PyCharm the Python IDE for
okay.
professional developers.
Okay. Is it useful for downloading?
This is used for downloading. Yeah, because
Okay.
is a very useful
Okay.
for the
Mm.
identify your errors. This is a very big useful.
Okay.
Okay.
Please guide me to download it
Okay.
later. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Later.
Yeah.
After. Okay. After 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. So reserved words in Python. Reserved words. Reserved words means uh, there are words to predefine in the Python. Predefined words. This is called reserved word. Okay. In Python, some words are reserved to represent some meanings of functionality. Such type of words are called reserved words. There are 33 reserved words available in Python. True, false, none. There are 33. But you are remembering 33 words? No, I got it. So if you are import keyword and then keyword key list, then after to go total words. I will show you.
Mm.
Done. Then print 33 keywords.
Okay.
Okay, 33 keywords.
Mm.
Done.
Mm.
Okay. If you want to declare a variable, not use false, none, true, and s. Not use 33 keywords. This is a reserved words. Only reserved words. Okay, reserved. That is means any words kind of reserve functionality.
Okay.
False is define a functionality. None is a defined functionality. True is a defined functionality. Different type of define a functionality. So don't be used if you want to declare a variable to not use a reserved keywords. Got it?
Mm.
Data types in Python. Data types. What is the data types? Data types represent the type of data present inside a variable. Same thing. This is a data type 10, 20. This is data type, and A and B. This is a variable. So define a data to is called data types. So data types represent the type of data present inside a variable. Which type of store your variables? So that is called data type. In Python, we are not required to specify the type explicitly based on value provided. The type will be assigned automatically. Hence, Python is dynamically type language. You know dynamically type? Dynamic type that means from Java. Java language, you not define a
Actually, I'm
in
not a programmer, so I don't know anything.
yeah. Int a equal to int a equal to 10. Int b equal to 20. This is integer. If you define a data type, other languages, Java, C,
Okay.
C++, to define a variable name, int type, float type, character type, this is statically typed.
Okay.
If you define a variable before to define,
Does it have any meaning for giving space nearby B?
no spaces,
No,
no space.
because
Because only demo purpose. This is a int not
okay,
defined Python. Only what
okay,
is statically and dynamically. This is a
okay,
this is called statically.
okay, okay.
Statically type. Statically type language. जैसे Java, C, C++. There are many different languages, but Python only a equal to 10 and b equal to 20. So define a compile time to execute which type of data to store in a variable.
Okay.
Okay, this is a type. This is a statically type.
Mm,
Got it?
mm,
Okay. So Python contains our following inbuilt data types: integer, float, boolean, string, range, list, tuple, set, and dictionary. The integer data type is integer data type is characters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a integer data type. 10, 20. Many are digits are integer only. 1 to 10, 1 to 100, 1 to 50. This is a integer value. And
okay.
on the floating value is point value. 12.4,
Mm,
35.65. This is a called float value.
mm,
Float value. And this is a int value. ठीक? And third values are boolean. Third data type is boolean. Boolean only two types. Boolean are
mm,
two types. True true and false.
okay.
True means one. True means one, and false means zero. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm,
And boolean string. So four topic are string. So yesterday classes I have done it floating value, boolean value. So today is start string value.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, str type. Krishna.
Yes, sir. Correct, sir.
Yeah, got it, na? Okay. str. str represent str means string type, string data type. So str represent string data type. A string is a sequence of character enclosed within single quotes or double quotes. Means means that means string is a unclosed single character and double character. So s1, mm, s1. This is define a variable and store a string value. This is quotes. Done. So print of s1. So okay, Python is very easy language. This is called string enclosed within single quotes. Yeah, this is single quotes and with this double quotes. Enclosed is double close. Both are same. Yeah, got it?
Mm.
Okay. By using, if you want to multiple lines, if you want to using multiple lines in a string. So by using single quotes or double quotes, we cannot represent multi-line string letters. So if you want, this is a multi-line. Got it?
Mm.
This is a error show because single quotes and double quotes not providing to you choose multiple lines. So the same thing. By using single quotes or double quotes, we cannot replace multi-line string letters. Okay. So, but I want to multiple lines. So define a 1, 2, 3, three quotes. Okay. So same thing. Python is very easy language. This is multi-line. One line, two line, and three line. One line, two line, and three line. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Krishna? Yeah. Nila? Got it?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. You doubt, so you clearly rectify. Nila?
Mm.
Doubt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me.
Mm.
Uh, ask me.
Actually, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
No doubt. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Mm. We can also use triple quotes to use single quotes or double quotes in our string. If I want this line, so what is the output?
I think maybe it's wrong.
Wrong?
The second one. Yeah, second one is in between the double quote, right?
No, no, no.
Oh.
I will show you. Define a one variable s2.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, no, this is a take. This is comment. Comment not compile your program. Only comment. This is a reading purpose only. Okay. This is a if you want to start a hash, this is symbol hash. To
Mm.
your line is comment. Only read only purpose.
Oh.
Understand? Understood other developers. If you create a
Okay.
code to understood other developer, so this create a comment.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, print h2. Yeah. If you want a column between string, so define a three quotes, three quotes and a double quotes between the
Mm.
string.
Okay.
Got it?
Mm.
Uh, क्या नाम है? Krishna, got it?
Yes, sir, I got it, sir.
Okay, okay. So I want to this line single character s3 s3. Same output. Only this is a triple quotes. Only single quotes. If you want a double single quotes between double quotes, so easily to quotes to between your strings. Got it? Both are same. But how to define your strings? Your choice. Okay.
Mm.
So after we can embed one string in another string. Slicing of string. Slicing means slice, cut off piece, one by one. Slice means a piece. This operator, this operator is called slice operator, which can be used to retrieve parts of string in Python strings. Follows zero based index. The index can be either positive and negative. Positive index means forward direction from left to right. Negative index means backward direction from right to left. Only definition, I will show you example. Date means slicing operator, slicing, cut off piece. S4 equal to Kailash. Or of A. S4. S4 of, okay, yeah, S4 of index 1, 0 index. Okay, 0 index, so what will look at output? What is 0? 0 is a K. To define how to make, how to store your string to one characters. How to find the characters in string. So that is used to slice operator. Slicing. So minus one, minus one. So what is the output? This is a backward. Uh, Forward, this is a left to right, and backward is right to left. So left to right positive index, forward, and right to left backward index. So forward is, if I 1, so get it A. Okay, this is a forwarding, and I get it minus 1. So what is the output? Krishna, the output?
Which? No.
Yes, sir.
No, right?
Which output?
Yes.
What is the
S1,
output?
sir.
What is the
Yes,
output?
yes,
Yeah,
Oh, -1.
S.
yes.
No, no, no. Only H. H. This is H. This is minus 1.
Oh,
Zero.
Okay. Case I will define.
okay.
I will show you example. Okay. So S K A I L A S H, Kailash. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6. Okay. And backwarding minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, and minus 6, and -7. Got it? This is a forwarding. This is a forwarding. That is called
Mm.
forwarding data, and this is a backward.
Mm.
Done. This is slice operator. Backward to right to left, and right to left backward, and forward is left to right. This is a forward. This is a backward. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But zero is center of that, sir.
Yeah.
Sir,
Hello.
zero is center only. 1, 2, 3 positive means
Yeah,
zero.
I also
Zero.
had same doubt.
Zero means zero is this is
They
forwarding.
have zero in forwarding, but in backward there
Backward
is no
direction.
right.
Backward direction is -1. Backward यानी कि backward here, right to left. If you want backward direction, so -1, -2, -3, -4, -6, -7. And if forward is right to left, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is indexing. Indexing means if you want to zero, starting zero index. Indexing two types: forwarding indexing, backward indexing. Forward indexing only zero, initialize 0, and backward index -1, initialize -1. From to back to left to right. Left to right, this is backward, and forwarding is 0 to 1, 0 to 6, 0 to any kind of data.
So zero is common, so it's going
Zero is
in
common.
for
Zero is common. Zero is common. Only zero is a already forwarding string only zero pe zero zero indexing. Starting is zero indexing.
yeah, I understood. I understood.
Okay.
Same as graphic, right?
Okay.
Graphics.
So okay, if I define -5, what will be output?
I, right?
Yeah, exact I.
Mm.
ठीक? What will the output? -2, 2, -5, 2.
That is also I, right? I.
Error.
Hmm?
This is a I and
Other,
Comma I.
comma I. Hmm? No, it's error.
what will the error? String
Okay.
indicates must be integers. Slicing operator only one arguments except two, 3 arguments not accept.
Oh, okay.
Done?
But if it is different argument, it's okay.
Different
-5 or
only one argument.
-5.
If you want to 6,
Oh. Hmm.
then 6. Same error.
That is also same, right?
Same error.
Same error.
Done?
But if it is different number means 6 or
3.
2, 3, like that.
Done? Okay.
The same. Okay.
Got it? Same error.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Typecasting. Second point is typecasting. This is the only data type, only information purpose. That is many use purpose on many use. This is databases. I will show you many use of things, many examples of this is strings. This is strings. Only data types. This is only data types purpose str. But strings very big. Many modules, many functions are available in the strings. Many minimum 8 to 12 functions are stored in a string. List data structure, tuple data structure. Many examples. Okay, but only database. Which define database? Which type of database? Only I will tell you.
Okay.
Okay. Typecasting. Typecasting means we can convert one type value to another type. One type value to another type. This conversion is called typecasting or type conversions. The following are various inbuilt functions for typecasting. For example, int, float, boolean, or str. Integer data type. First, integer data type. Okay, integer. A equal to okay 123 point. This is a which value? Which type of data? Which data type?
Float, right?
Float, right. But I want to convert typecasting, convert integer type. Floating to convert integer. So print int of a. Then so which value, which output came here? Any idea?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 only. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. This is decimal value. This is a floating point to typecasting. 1, 2, 3. Only 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Not matter. If I want float. So this is a float. This is a float. Actual value. This is not error. This is same result. If I not, this is same result. But this is a integer to float. If I want okay int integer value. I want bool. Boolean of a. So what will be the output?
True.
True. Which means a is a integer type. To convert boolean type to a is a true. If I define
How it will be false?
false,
Can
Okay.
you?
Okay. Okay. False. Yeah. Yeah. False.
Mm. Okay, it's 0.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, no, no. No.
Okay. Okay. 1.
Okay.
Or if you false,
So 0, right?
0. If you do after you define a 0, so boolean a of false. Got it? Nela, got it?
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Mm, b equal to yeah, int of b. This is error because string is not convert to integer data type. String is not convert integer type, not convert float. This is error. Only this is ब्रू बुल में मतलब ये boolean type में which type of to store string is a correct, boolean is a correct data type, इसलिए true. Only one conditions are satisfied, only booleans. String to int not convert, string to float not convert, only string to boolean convert. True only, true या false. Got it?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Krishna,
Yes, sir.
you are not saying I got it, you are not got it, I've done it. Your doubts? Ask me.
No, sir. No, sir. I am saying got it, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. Float, float value. We can use float function to convert other type value or to float types. If I generate equal to print float of C. What is the output? convert int to float, what will be the output?
1, 2, 3 only the output, sir.
1 to 3. Okay, Neela, what is the output?
Sorry.
What will the output?
Uh, no idea actually.
No idea. Okay.
Because it's float.
Okay.
Yeah.
Float is a point value.
Mm.
Point value defined. 1 to 3.0. Okay,
Yeah, I
because
think so, but
okay, yeah. Okay, because integer only decimal value, but floating is a point value. Decimal is a which type value? Integer only decimal value, but float is a point, यानी के point वाली value. If I 0.6, this is convert integer. So what will be the output? Krishna, this is saying 1 to 3. Correct, 1 to 3. 1 to 3. Got it?
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Okay. Same result. वो 10 1.0 0.0 false में 10 string, but not string to convert value error. Could not convert string to float 10. Same error. I will show you now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Boolean. We can use this function convert other type value to bool type. Which type of boolean 0 false, boolean 1 true, 10 true, boolean 10.5 true, boolean 0.178 true, true, false, boolean false to false. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. X equal to false, print of X. Result is false. If you want 0, the print text is if you want define bool. So result is false, become false. Define 1, any kind of 1, result is true. 1 to 3, result is true. 0.56, result is true. False only one conditions. False only 0 पर. बाकी true. False 0.0. Otherwise false because 0.0 means 0.0. That is result is already false. Got it? This is a float. This is a boolean. To type other convention only result true and false.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, boolean. str. We can use this method to convert other type value to str type. str10. str1 equal to STR, because STR is STR, same. 1, 2, 3. This result will become 1, 2, 3. False. What will the output? Nela and Krishna, what will be the output?
False will be the output, sir.
Sorry?
False. False will be the
False.
output.
False. Okay. False. Neela, where are you?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
actually a little confusion. I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe false.
False.
ST.
Got it. STR. If you convert STR other value, only return type is STR string. The same result. String means this is STR to define variable, false, true, any kind of variable, 1, 2, 3, decimal value, float value, integer value. So result is same. This is a range data type. Integer done, float done, boolean done, string done. This is the fifth data type is range data type. Got it? Okay. So range data type represent a sequence of numbers. Elements present in the range data type are not modifiable. That is, range data type is immutable. Because of, if you want your name 10 bar repeats, 10 time repeats. So can you define a 10 times a equal to Nila 10 times a equal to फिर नीला B before is code is very lengthy. So why you again and again see a different name, different. So define a range functions. If I want your name 10 times, so range functions. Then use for loops for I in range 10 times. So print नीला of चलो नीला नहीं 3 2 जने हैं कृष्णा और नीला रोजाना लिंक भेज रहा हूँ रोजाना लिंक भेज रहा हूँ एक ही लिंक है मेरे पास एक ही बना रही कल भी लिया था आज भी लिया हाँ फेज नाम है ना हाँ कल भी तो लिंक उसी लिंक से Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah. Okay. So print 10 times. So what will the output? 10 times. 10 times Neela. Get it. What is the output of Neela?
Same, right?
Yeah. Right. Run.
Mm.
Run. Got it? If you want, 100 times.
Oh.
100 times.
Oh.
This is 100 times. I will show you. This is a I. 100 times.
Okay.
Okay. So initial 0. You asking na? Why
Yeah.
0? So initial 0. Okay. This is indexing. For wording indexing, this is indexing. Okay. This is a range, powerful range. This is a range function. This is a power of functionality.
Mm.
From range is 10. If you define how many times of your how many times repeat your data, how many times repeat your code, so that is used range function. But decide, okay, I want 1 to 100 because initial 0 na, so I want 1 to 100. So because agar 101, so what will the output?
Up to 100.
0 to up to
Count number.
100. Up to 100.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, up to 100. But because starting is always 0. So comma and start 1. Got it?
Okay.
Got it, sir.
99 minus 1. This is minus 1 and start up to 0, 1. And I want 200. So already define a backward minus 1 and forward 0. Initialize 0. So backward minus 1, 100 to minus 1, yani ki 99. If you want 100, so 101. That is defined to 1 to 100. Got it?
Yes, sir. Got it, sir.
I want to alternative number 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. How to get it?
You can start with 2, right?
Start 2,
Mm.
then comma 2.
Mm.
Got it? This is a initialize to how to start your counter. यानी कि counter take. यानी कि starting how to which numbers? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I got it 3, so 3 key tables. I want to 3 tables. 30 or 31? 30? Yeah, which means 31. 3. Got it? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. Got it?
Then another 3 hours. Okay.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So this is same thing. Range 10. So 0 to 9. Okay. If you define form 2, range 10 20. So define 10 to up to 20. 19. 10 to up to 19. And from 3, range 3 types 10 20 2. Any 10 say, and 20 will be 10 12 14 16 18. Got it? Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah. Okay. We can access element present in the range data type by using index. Okay. Indexing number. So, print. Then 10 and to check fourth one. So which is the output? 10 11 13 14 15. What will the output? 14. Because
Mm.
10 11 12 13 and 14. 0 1 2 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Got it?
But there is 4, right?
What? Sorry?
But you mentioned it's 4, right?
Yeah, 4. Yeah, right. If you mention,
Uh,
if you mention 4, 5, 6, 7, if you mention 24,
mm,
24, what will the output?
mm,
Error.
error, yeah. Because beyond that.
Because this 24 is not in this in this range. Okay. Oh, 20. 20 is there.
Yeah.
True or false? Yeah. 20 is error या फिर output. What is output?
10 to 20, right? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20.
Not much value is there, sir.
Same thing. This is error.
Oh, okay.
Because 20 is index number. Only index number. This is 10, 12, 10, 11, 13, 14, up to 20. So index number only 11.
Okay, okay.
If I 11, so 11 is error.
That is okay. Oh.
10 is
Hmm.
10
Possible.
is error. Because 0 to 9, 0 to 9 index only 0 to 9. Minus 1 to 9 is output will be 20.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 19. 19. Okay, yeah, I got it. So if 10 is 0 index, okay, and 20 is minus 1. So minus 1 means yani ki 19, okay, or this is 0. Start with 0. So out will be 9 is 19 because minus 1,
Okay.
okay.
Hmm.
So 8 is
That is
18, 18,
13.
okay.
Hmm. Okay.
If you want 21, so 10, what will the output?
Hmm.
20 will be the output, sir.
20,
Okay.
right? Okay. So
Hmm.
so this is a power of range. This is index 10 to 20. If you all find 15, so index at a range object index out of range, we cannot modify the value of range data type. Means because already defined, the elements present in range data type are not modifiable. That is, range data type is immutable. Immutable means no update, no retrieve. This is called immutable. Only read only purpose. Got it?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Got it, sir.
Okay. Range list range. Okay. This is a first. This is a output. If my output within square brackets, so that can use list. That is a range function. And list is a defined square brackets and print L. So define your square brackets. That is square brackets. Sixth data type is set data type. Set data type. If you want, if we want to represent a group of value without duplicates, means without duplicates means if I set s1 equal to symbols is that is sets, no duplicate means 1 1 2 2 2 2. This is not allowed, not duplicate allows. If we want to If we want to represent a group of value without duplicates, where order is not important, then we should go for set data type. Means no duplicates where order is not important. Order is not ascending order, descending order. That means any kind of three, three, four, five, not a mention order. 3, 43. This is a kind, not a mention order. Okay, without order, not important. Then we should go for set data type. First, a insertion order is not preserved. Insertion order. This is called insertion. Insertion, dissertion, insertion order. And duplicates are not allowed. Heterogeneous objects are allowed. Heterogeneous. This is a new word. Krishna, you got it? Heterogeneous.
No, sir. It's,
Heterogeneous, you know?
I,
What is heterogeneous?
I don't know, sir, heterogeneous, but
Okay,
that
okay.
word is
Heterogeneous is allow multiple data types. This is a called integer. This is a float. This is a string. This is called heterogeneous. You are multiple data type to store in a set variables. This is called heterogeneous. Got it? If I store integers, float, string value, and I define boolean value. All define all values that is called heterogeneous. Got it?
Yeah.
Krishna got it na?
yes, sir. Got it, sir. Now,
Okay. Index concept is not applicable. Index concept. Index means same thing. This is a index index. This is index value. If I define 10, so what will the output 20? So index is not allow in this set data type. Index are not allow. It is mutable collections. Mutable means if I want to add, if want to add new characters, new integers, new value, so that is called, if you want to edit, update and delete, so that is a mutable. If you want to not edit, delete, only read purpose, that is called immutable. Immutable and mutable both are different. So this is interview purpose questions. What is a mutable and immutable? Immutable, this is called only read only purpose. And mutable is if you want to update, delete and retrieve. So go for mutable. Got it? Nila? Got it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So first example. Yeah. Durga and 12.5 to This is arranged data type. Output 100, 0, 10, 210, Durga, 12.5, true. So 0, 0 is first. True. True means 1. 100, 200, 10, 12.5, and Durga. So order is not be same. For example, after print, three times of print. Three times print, result same. If do not, if you want mutable, so how to use? Indexing is not allowed. So indexing is not allowed. So, 0, 1. So got it error. Set object is not subscriptable. Subscriptable मतलब not indexing allow in set data type. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So type error, set object does not supporting indexing. It is growable in nature. Based on our requirements, we can increase or decrease the size. If you want to decrease your size, delete, update, add. So go on growable in nature. So based on mutable. Sixty is add function dot add s dot add 60. So go for 60 to add your set data type. So add, delete, remove. If I want to remove this 60, so s dot or remove self element 100. 100 is gone. So add, remove, and delete. Remove 100. So 100 gone. Got it? Set data type.
Yes, sir. Got it, sir.
Neela is
Yeah,
Neela.
okay.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Neela is very confused.
No, I got some messages, so that's why.
है ना? Yeah. No confused. Python is a very, very, very simple and easy language.
Yeah, simple one.
Okay. No control. This is the only. If you want to learning English, learn English. I want to speak English. So, bus basic things, same things. You want to learn English. You want to best. You want to learn Python. Both are same.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Set data type done. This is a dict. Dict means dictionary data types. If we want to represent a group of value as a key value pairs, then we should go for dict data type. Dict यानी कि if you want represent a group of values as a key value pairs, then we should go for dict data type. Key value pairs means that is example. That is key and value. That is key and value. That is key and your values. If I want a print D. So this is a key value pair. Duplicate keys are not allowed, but values can be duplicated. Duplicate key are not allowed. Means 1, 2, 3, 0, 1. This is same. Key same are not allowed. So 104, 101. Can you show example? I will show. Neela. So print D. 101. Okay. No. 101. Okay. Not allow means replace the value. Replace the value. 101 Durga. Replace 101 Neela. 101 Neela. Got it? Replace the value. If you want to duplicate allow, so your value is replace.
It will replace not okay.
Sorry?
But then why it is not allowed means it's
Yeah. Not allow. Duplicate not allow. Was only if you want duplicate by mistake duplicate
value. Oh, okay.
by mistake
I got it.
duplicate to so replace your first value.
Oh, okay.
But
Oh,
key
instead of
difference.
Durga, it's mentioned in the left, right? Okay.
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 104. This is a ID and value is same. Neela same. So
Okay.
2 Neela, 104 Neela
Oh,
and 101 Neela. So value are duplicate allow, but key single allow. If you
oh,
by mistake enter the same key, so replace the value.
oh, okay.
Okay, got it? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Neela, okay.
Yes. Yep.
Are you bored?
Got it.
Are you bored? Are you boring?
No.
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 बस only two topics हो. बस last topic. This is dict last topic. Okay.
It's okay. No problem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Krishna.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Duplicate keys are not allowed, but value can be duplicate. Understand? This line understand now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If we are trying to insert an entry with duplicate key, then old value will be replaced with the new value. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So this is a mutable. Mutable in means you are entered new value. So define a dictionary empty dictionary. Okay, I will put the value d of 101 Kailash. Print of d. So what will the output? Error. Why is this error coming? Okay, d of okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, same इसमें confused. I will confuse. So Kailash. Print D. Kailash. Got it? If you update new value, same. So 101 Krishna. Replace Kailash. You want many keys. Yeah, got it. This is a your dictionary key and value pairs. If you want to empty dictionary, that is more important. All Pythons is a dictionary because dictionary is used to store your database. Connectivity Python database. If you want to store your data in the database, the more important use is dictionary. Dictionary many other examples are more. Okay, dict is a mutable and the order won't be preserved. Means order is not preserved. Same key value or same output. Same defined key value, same output. So, mm, so dict is mutable and the order won't be preserved. Note: in general, we can use bytes and byte tree, byte array types to represent binary information like image, video files, etc. In Python, 2 long data types is available, but in Python 3 is not available, and we can represent long value also by using int only. In Python, there is no char data type. Hence, we can present char value is also by using str type. Char means many languages C, Java, PHP are use char type. Char is a data type. So define uh, your character and string. And Python is only defined str equal to. So the char is not defined Python, only str defined on Python. Char is also C, C++, Java, Java, PHP, Ruby, R, many more languages, but only str define only Python. So represent the string value. Got it?
Okay.
So yeah. So today's class done, and what will be the topics complete? Okay. Yeah. Python variable data identifies complete done. Reserve words. This is a 4 topic. 4 modules are done. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Nila.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I will notes provide you only the language fundamentals
Sir,
and
what's up this
comparison.
class, sir?
Sorry. Krishna. What you say?
Yes, sir.
Tell me. Kya?
No, sir. I notes asking the notes only, sir.
Okay. Notes. I will provide you video and PDF both. Today or
Okay, sir.
tomorrow. Today or tomorrow I will send you. Same mail ID.
Yes, sir. Same mail ID only.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
my thing is different. I'll send you to. Can you ask Poonam or Mr.
You okay? You
Pankaj?
Mr. Pankaj.
Because
Okay. Okay. You send Mr. Pankaj, sir.
yeah,
Email ID. Email ID. I will
yeah,
send
email
you.
ID.
I will send you proper notes and videos.
Yeah, please ask both anyone
Yeah. Yeah. Both.
because the old email ID is not the correct one.
Okay. Yeah.
Nila, yeah, please,
One second. 1
please.
minute.
That is co-spaces.
Okay. Yeah.
Co-space robo at gmail.com.
Can you send me WhatsApp number?
Yeah, by chat. Yeah, sure. 1
Okay.
minute.
This is my WhatsApp number. 789 11.
All right.
This is my WhatsApp number.
One minute.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Any query, any doubt? Ask me.
Yeah, sure,
Both,
sure, sure.
both. Krishna, you ask me, and Nela, you ask me.
Oh, sure, sure.
Okay. Any doubt today topic?
No,
I
sir.
summary. Okay. I create summary.
No, I go through it. I try to install it properly. If I get
Okay.
in any trouble, I'll let
Okay.
you know.
I'll let you know, and I will explain step by step both WhatsApp
Okay.
number. है ना?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Clear
Thank you.
steps. है ना? Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you, Kailash. Oh, bye bye.
Okay.
Okay. Kailash, Krishna.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any doubt?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Bye bye.
Mm.
Bye, ma'am. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.